Okay, ladies and gentlemen, once again, if you're just joining us, welcome to the Tandragee 100 for the first time in 3 years. What a magnificent track this is, a fantastic club, and again, we're looking forward to some more astonishing racing here this weekend. So the Newcomers are on the road at the minute. Get a great entry of Newcomers this year once again. And just a reminder for any of the newcomers to follow your designated instructor. So there's a list of them here. And hopefully they all behave themselves and they stay behind the instructor. Sometimes, maybe in the last lap or so, maybe not so much here at Tandragee, but a lot of the time the instructor, if they feel like the rider behind is confident, they let them go and have a wee scoot round themselves. Now, there will be untimed practice sessions for each rider. You will get one chance in one class for an untimed practice session, and then again you will be round to be able to do your qualifying session as well. So spoiled this weekend for track time. And as per track conditions, wee bit wet out there to say the least. But it's drying up here at Bell's Crossroads already. So it will not be long until the newcomers are out on track. You see Kevin Keys there on the R1, the R6 Yamaha, Kevin Kenny, again just a few last minute checks and the bike should be out on track here very soon. And we'll go through the track, quite a technical track this Tandragee. And they call it, you'll hear people start talking about the Tandragee, they start talking about a mini TT, they're comparing it to the TT. And not that long ago, only 3 years ago, up until 3 years ago, a lot of the riders would have came here before going to the TT for setting their bikes up. There's plenty of bomb holes, plenty of jumps, plenty of fast sweeping corners, and of course stop-start corners as well. Plenty of passing opportunities here at the Tandragee 100. So Bell's Crossroads here is the finish line. So once they come out of the corner, it's a short squirt to the finish line, and of course further on up will be the start line then. So we'll not be able to see really, not from here anyway, who gets off the line or who gets the whole shot, and it'll not be long till we're waiting to get them back round to Bell's Crossroads. So up after the start then, the bike's a long right-hander up over in race pace. What some of the machines will be a jump, and then at the top of the hill around that left-hander. Again, very fast left-hander, and the entrance is quite wide, but it can catch you out on the way out on the exit, and you just have to bide your time. Again, it's been a few years from the riders have been here, so I'm sure there are a lot of experienced riders here, and they'll just take their time, and that's why we have on-time practice as well. So the riders can blow the cobwebs off and get familiar with the track again. Okay guys, it shouldn't be too much longer here. Again, just making sure everything is absolutely perfect for the riders. Just to let you all know, in the paddock, there is Tandragee merchandise for sale. So t-shirts, hats, a whole array of things. I accidentally went in there earlier looking at a program for myself, and I was in the wrong hut altogether. But it is beside the sign on. It's the blue porta cabins in the paddock. So that's the Tandragee Supporters Club membership also available. So sign yourself up and you can be part of it all and into next year as well. So again, that's at the blue porta cabins just at the front of the paddock here, at the holding area where all the bikes are held just before they go out onto the track. So again, the track's still drying here. And of course, with different sections of tarmac as well, so the riders will be keeping a wee eye out on that. All, of course, it was all newly resurfaced. And we all know the issues we had a few years ago, just when the rain started coming down and the road was a wee bit rough. So we've decided to re-tarmac the whole thing, and it is absolutely fantastic. It's like a billiard board out there, and the riders will know that themselves once they go around. So again, the newcomers will just be making their way through here very shortly, and up the hill again, that fast right-hander. Depending on the machine, a lot of the lightweight machines absolutely flat out up through there, up through that right-hander, where in previous years they actually had a chicane there to slow them down because the machines were going that quick, but of course it's been removed since. And again, up the hill, up over that jump, and then that left-hander there, maybe down 2 gears, and you just have to watch on the way out. And you hear about people talking about bomb holes here at Tandragee. Thanks very much. I'm getting all the facts here, all the paperwork. You hear about the bomb holes. It's basically a drop down and back up again, and some people, depend on their riding style, end up sometimes landing on the face of the bomb hole, but each to their own. That's how they go fast round here at Tandragee. And then up a hill, left-hander, right-hander, then down towards Marlacoo. Down to second gear for that. Some of the wee smaller bikes, the 125, some 125s here as well. 2-stroke machines will be slipping the clutch out of there and right up that hill, all that new tarmac. And it gets very technical, very fast in round there, but these newcomers, they've been doing their homeworks. Been seeing them on social media, they've been posting laps, doing 20, 30, 40 laps at a time. So we haven't heard too much yet about what's just happening, but as soon as we get an update, we'll be sure to let you know. I don't think we'll be too much longer here. You can see the photographers poised and ready to go. So again, once we hear something on the radio, we'll soon let you know. then the newcomers making their way up towards the start and finish. Kevin Keys, Kevian Canny, they're just behind Ryan Farquhar. And they will line up on the grid. See Michael Sweeney there just leading Kevin away. Barry Davison then. So Barry Davison with Lee Osprey will be in behind Lee Hara. William Roberts will be in the second session as well with Barry Davison. So a few sessions here. So again, they get 5 laps in this session. Second session then of newcomers should be making their way back down into the holding area then, just to get themselves ready, get themselves psyched out, and maybe doing a few last minute laps in their heads before they go out behind the instructors. That's the newcomers away out around this famous Tandragee 100 circuit for the first ever time. And I'm sure, give it a couple of laps, they will soon enjoy it. So again, Ryan Farquhar leading off, Sean Brawley, Lee McGavick, Kevin Lavery, Kevin Canny and Daniel Ingram. Michael Sweeney then will be leading off Kevin Keys, Brett McCallum, Jordan Larkin and Aidan Cleary. So again, they'll just be heading up that hill and dropping down towards Marlaku now. And it's a real sort of tight, quick wee left-hander and then a long right-hand sweeper. And you're climbing up the hill as well sometimes. You just have to be easy on the throttle there, especially in these conditions. But again, when it's bone dry, it is so fast up around that section. And then we're heading down towards Castle Corner, a big long straight again. Another wee jump on the Superbikes, you'll probably be able to jump it. You might get a wee bit of air time. But I don't think we'll be hoping for any air time down there at this stage with these newcomers. So again, just a reminder for the second group of newcomers. So the second session, if you make your way to the holding area, please. Connor Cummins, Dean Campbell, Michael Dunlop, Ian Locker and Anthony McColgan will be headed off by Ryan Farquhar. That's a good array of newcomers there, some good names there. So here they come then. Farquhar scooped through, looking behind him there, just making sure Kevin Lavery is still in behind him, and the group is pretty well bunched up there. So again, Ryan doing a great job keeping all the newcomers, and again, just up the pace each lap, just do it bit by bit. There's no panic, it's a long weekend, and especially for a newcomer, you want to make as much out of the weekend as you can. So here we go then, Michael Sweeney's group. Kevin Keys just behind him there on the R6, the Delacour R6 Yamaha. Jordan Larkin there as well on the ZX6, the red Larkin Racing ZX6. New livery, new paint work here for Larkin this weekend. And his first time at Tandragee. I'm sure he's looking forward to it. He was at Kyrgyzstan last weekend. Some really good results there for Larkin. Here's Barry Davison's group then, through Bell's Crossroads. Dale Brew, Ben Mullen, Brendan Flynn, and Will Burchell then all in his group. Should be expecting Dennis Booth then. And here he comes. You can see the silver and red, the glisten of the Booth Racing ZX6. Dennis has been going racing as long as I can remember. A lot of lightweight machines. That's a wee ZX4 Kawasaki 400. Paul Gartland should be coming up next then. It's been a long time from Paul has actually raced a motorcycle. So he's took a wee step back and he's enjoying boating in and around Fermanagh. But I know he's always loved Tandragee, so he's been going around here with a huge smile on his face. Brian Mateer then on his wee 250 Suzuki. Phil Lunny just in behind him there. The classic machine, the 500 primarily classic machines, all in that group then. And I dare say it wouldn't belong till Farquhar back round again with his group. Again, the next session then, Group 2, we called out Group 1 earlier on with Farquhar, but Michael Sweeney for the second session following Group 2 with Joe Yeardsley, Martin Morris, Darrell Tweed, Richard McLaughlin and Frank O'Bourne in Group 2. Group 3 then, for Barry Davison's group, will be James Doy, Gary Jordan, Lee Osprey, Lee Hara and William Roberts. So if you just grab your eyes on Barry Davison then and go straight over to him as soon as you see him in the holding area. Dennis Booth then for Group 4. And here's Ryan Farquhar's group just tipping into Bell's Crossroads, being careful of them white lines as well. You have to remember just on the front end, because there's a lot of trail braking being done here, especially during race. .660 Aprilia, they're very popular, these Aprilias. A lot of people saying that they're just built to race. I think other people will have their own opinion about that, but we'll not get into that. So Dennis Booth's group then, James Walsh, Owen Mullen, Graham Smallwoods, Sean Buckle and Jason Whelan. Group 5 then, Paul Gartland's second session. His group will be Dean Graham, Corin Smith, Michael Clyde, Martin McKinnon and Tom Oliver. So here's Michael Sweeney's group then, around Bell's Crossroads. See a wee bit steadier that time round. Just taking it easy that time around. You see the newcomers there, just the drop back sometimes as well, just to get a wee burst, a wee squirt, so they get a chance to push at some of these corners if they're feeling confident enough. But again, these sessions, just to get a lay of the land, feel the bumps. Oh, Brett McCallan out that last one, just behind Michael Sweeney then. He's got plenty of plenty of learning to do, and he's got a good teacher too in the shape of Philip McCallum. So his uncle Philip's been showing him around, showing him the ropes. And I just hope he's a wee bit more sensible than Philip. I'm sure it doesn't run in the family, but he is fast. He is very fast, young Brett McCallum. And again, doing very well in the Ulster Superbike Championship. So Dennis Booth's group then, back through. And again, Darrell Reynolds in there, Conor McGuire. Thanks very much. Getting breakfast delivered to me. We just got delivered a sausage bap. Thanks very much. Oh, there we go. Tease. Oh, the wee tease there, 250. Got a wee bit too keen there coming out of Bell's Crossroads. Just nipping the dirt a wee bit, but lovely sounding 250. That's a Moto 3 machine then. Sean Brawley will be enjoying this session. Marcus Simpson out along with us too. Keevan Kenny, apologies, and then Kevin Lavery, Daniel Ingram, and here's Brian Mateer, again the wee 250. Always good to see a two-stroke out here, and I'm sure we'll see plenty more. So here, Brian Farquhar's group has already caught up with Brian Mateer's group, and he's just telling Kevin Key, just move over a wee bit, stay over to the outside of him.
You get a call for not having the Newcomers base here yet. Did you get a call out for Newcomer base?
Yeah. So just another shout please for Newcomer the B session, or the second group, the second session. Can you please make your way to the holding area? So I'm here and there's not that many of you out there at the minute. And we don't want to be wasting your time either. You just want to get out there. You want to get as many laps as you can. These practice or these newcomer sessions, you do only get 5 laps. You have to get as many as you can out there. Some of them have 2 or 3 bikes, and they'll be out racing different groups, of course. Sometimes they maybe have 2 or 3 bikes and they just decide to race one bike. So again, Michael Sweeney through there. Larkin again, Sweeney just looking over his shoulder, making sure they're still there. Primarily they're 600cc machines just behind them there, and sometimes the Super Twins just struggling a wee bit to stay behind. You have to push them a wee bit harder, so Newcomers just feeling their way around and behaving themselves. Again, another call for the second session of Newcomers. If you can make your way to the holding area please as quickly as you can. Lee McGavick there on the Stone Mint Aprilia, and you'll spot it a mile away. It's the olive coloured Aprilia, the flying olive, around Tandragee here for the first time. So Lee McGavick, the fuel truck driver for the international airport, always smiling. He'll be enjoying this weekend. and I'm sure he's got an extra wee bit of half gas or super unleaded BP, maybe even missing some. He's going to need it this weekend. Again, plenty of track time. See a wee 400 up there again, a wee Kawasaki, lovely sounding machine, but not as lovely as this. That wee TZ 250. We all love a two-stroke. Any racing van loves a two-stroke. Oh, foot down again, a wee bit wide there. That was Robert O'Neill just getting a wee bit excited, getting in the Bells Crossroads on his Grand Prix machine, Moto 3 machine of course. Roy Worst away through, Eamon McKeown then, just in behind in the two 400 Super Sport machines. Very popular again, that class. Of course, and also Superbike Championship. They do run with the Moto 3s and the Super Sport 300s as well. So Super Sport 300, some real good racing in the Ulster Superbike Championship. So that's Farquhar's group away through, and that's the last lap flag out now. So if the B session, can you please make your way to the holding area? Daniel Ingram, number 35 machine away through there. Them Aprilias are absolutely gorgeous machines. And you can just see the build quality in them. The brakes, right to the forks, right to the back of the swinging arm. Phil Lunny away through there once again. So Phil Lunny currently, pretty sure he's currently leading the Classic 500 Championship at the minute. Here's Michael Sweeney then. Kevin Keys Larkin in behind him again. Larkin pushing a wee bit harder now. Just in different sections. They don't have to push the whole way around the track. They just pick a wee section. And they decide, oh, I'll trail brake a wee bit harder in here, or I'll get the power on a wee bit earlier here. And that's all they have to do. And then just take it in sections. If you try to do it all at once, sometimes it can get a wee bit confusing. So very much like the TT, a lot of the riders would choose a certain section, learn it, move on to the other one. And it's much like Tandragee here, 3 years to properly learn this place. Being a newcomer here, certainly it can be very stressful, but believe me, just relax, just enjoy it. Remember my first ever road race, and I was afraid to tip the bike over in case, because I never raced on this type of tarmac before. You know, it's different than a short circuit, different type of bitmac. That's that Aprilia just popping and banging again there away through. Lovely machine. Ben Mullen, Will Burchell. So just tailing off. This is where they start to push then, this last lap. They go a wee bit quicker. But of course, staying as smooth and as Lee McGavick may just be struggling a wee bit as he's out on his own. Sometimes it's good to keep a gap from the instructor so you're able to see around him and you're able to see the corner. If you're too close to the instructor, all you can see is his backside, and nobody wants to see that. And I wasn't talking about Dennis Booth, but here he is, the number 26 machine. Missing a gear there. If you can't find them, grind them. You don't want to be doing that too much. So again, another call please for the second group of newcomers. If you can make your way to the holding area, please. That's the second group of newcomers to the holding area as quickly as you can. So there we go. The bikes will then pull in up at the left hand side there. And they'll make their way back down as the checkered flag is now being waved. So they do just pull in over here on the left hand side, just the other side of the crowd here, beside us, and they have to go up that hill. Now it's pretty tricky. Again, that's a very nervous situation for anyone. Marcus Simpson away through their lovely Honda. Yeah, so just I advise to keep your feet down if you're riding up that hill, any of the riders, because it is stone, it's mucky, it's dirty. But this is road racing. It's proper road racing. It's real road racing. And this is what we expect. You don't want it nice and clean and tidy. It's not a Grand Prix. So again, second session then of Newcomers. We're going out onto the road. Actually, if I open my wee tin window here, they're not just out in the road just yet, but they will be very soon. So the remainder of the Newcomers then making their way back round, and we'll be back with a second session very shortly. One, two, 1, 2. So the last of the Newcomers then, just making their way around. Just a reminder, guys, we are streaming live here from the commentary box. So if you're in and around the circuit, if you want to see a wee bit of action from Bell's Crossroads and across the finish line, please tune in. That's Commentary Corner 72 on YouTube, Commentary Corner on Facebook and Instagram. Don't really use Instagram that much, I should. That's what all the popular kids are doing these days, but I think I have enough to do just at the minute. But yes, if you tune in, the links are on our social media pages, and you have a wee look and tune in. Please like, subscribe, share, all that malarkey, and we're live chat as well, so we'll try and go through as many shout outs as we can throughout the day. So Lisa Shepherd, first time at Tandragee. Welcome, Lisa. I don't believe that, but there you go. Lisa, a huge road racing fan, so good to have you here. She's looking forward to some great racing. Shaba stood at Martin Finnegan's jump, so enjoy. Please stay dry, and it will. It's getting quite sticky in this comedy box here at the minute, and can't expect much. It is a shipping container. So keep the windows open here as the action starts to heat up here at Tandragee Mark Tweed there. I'm sure Mark Tweed is in the paddock. So a big shout out there to George Richards. So George Richards, again, enjoy your weekend. And Tweedy, enjoy your weekend too, buddy. And hopefully you're kept busy out there. And another shout out there for Barbara Trimble from Banbridge. Burrows Engineering. So a shout out to Jack Burrows and Robert Orr for keeping Burrows Engineering running while the boss is away. So John away putting his feet up, relaxing, no doubt. But he's probably not, he's probably working. But I'm sure he won't mind me saying that. So as long as the Burrows Engineering team are keeping sharp for this weekend, I'm sure that's all John really wants them, as long as they're enjoying themselves. So the next practice session is getting warmed up now. They're out on the grid. A lot of familiar machines out there. So you had a Aprilia as well there of Joe Yeardsley. Again, just a couple of spectators just moving about the track. Of course, when the machines are on track, please stay off it. I really shouldn't have to say that, but unfortunately sometimes people get a wee bit too excited, or maybe they just don't know that there's machines on track and they're still dandering up the road. So if you can get into your positions as quickly as possible so we can get things, keep things moving. So the sweeper has nearly completed his lap now. So the sweeper, after each session, will go around the track, make sure everything's as it is, make sure everyone is where they're meant to be. Again, keeping everyone safe. So it'll not be too much longer. So I'm just here, one of our newcomers here, Jordan Larkin. Your mother wishes you well. So big shout out for Tina Drake listening, who unfortunately, God love her, is stuck in Spain. I could think of a few other worse places to be stuck, to be honest. But yeah, we'll keep you well updated on Jordan's progress this weekend. Don't be worrying about that. A worrying mother and all that. So here we go then. Second session of Newcomers making their way out onto the road. There's Ryan Farquhar. Connor Cummins, is weird seeing Connor Cummins, Ian Locker with Newcomer bibs, and of course Paddy McColgan. Or Anthony McColgan, he might be in the programme as Anthony. He's very posh when he wants to be. But Paddy McColgan there on the Ducati. A few Ducatis out on track. Of course, Darryl Tweed as well, a newcomer. So a lot of these riders, the last time the Tandragee run, unfortunately, probably didn't make it that season or that year. So then they will be newcomers. It's either 4 or 5 years, can't remember, I'm sure someone will update me. But after that length of time, you will be a newcomer again. Remember, at Kells Road Races, I think it was Kells Road Races, so it was cancelled a few years in a row. Michael Dunlop there as well. As a newcomer. Yeah, so Kells Road Races one year, I remember doing it, entering it, and we were all newcomers after it took a wee bit of a sabbatical. And it was very strange. There was 100 plus riders all in yellow bibs. See Michael Dunlop there, just at the back of the group. So I think that was maybe a wee bit of a sneeze there from someone perhaps. But just to let you all know, guys, when there's an announcement for the paddock, it will cut the PA system for.
Please go to hold.
So I'm not too sure there whether the paddock announcement is actually working. So what we have here is, I'm assuming. So I'm assuming that's the untimed classic session. So just being called to the holding area. So the untimed group for the classics, please make their way to the holding area. That would be fantastic. So there we go then. It's working now. I don't know about you, but it sounded a wee bit angry there at that one. But here we go. It sounds like the newcomers are making their way down towards Bell's Crossroads. And there's that orange machine, number 77 around Farquhar. Connor Cummins in behind. And again, I would say this time Ryan would be moving shifting a wee bit quicker than the first sessions. Michael Sweeney then. So Sweeney, Gareth Arnold, James Doy, Joe Yeardsley, and that looked like Darrell Tweed. Barry Davison's group then already through. And that's Lee Osprey then on the Tracy Mullen machine. That looked like the Triumph he was on maybe. So it looked very much like the Triumph that Lee was on there, but we'll keep a wee eye out for that the next time round. Paul Garland, good long look behind him there, Paul Garland. Doing a great job with the newcomers, making sure, once again, they're all behind him. Dennis Booth already caught up, and there's Corin Smith. And some young buck with a bull up the side of the machine. Michael Dunlop just setting back a wee bit off the pace. He was meant to be following Ryan Farquhar, but for some reason, unknown to us, he hasn't bothered. So he's dropped back just a wee bit to get that Superbike, the Superstock machine, just set up to his liking. So again, just another call then for the untimed classic session if you can make your way to the holding area. Again, it's great that the riders get so much track time here this weekend. But the problem is it puts a wee bit of a crunch on the organisers, so they have to keep things moving as quickly as possible. So just a reminder for all the riders, if that gate closes, you're not getting out, unfortunately. So classic machines untimed sessions are all 3 laps, and then we're moving back round again for qualifying then. So the qualifying, apart from the qualifying, then will be over 5 laps. And then hopefully we can squeeze them 2 races in at the end of the day. Here's Farquhar again, Connor Cummins, Paddy McColgan, and Richard McLaughlin on the ZX10. Again, that orange and white ZX10, like an old slipper for Richard. He knows how to handle it. Michael Sweeney, Frank O'Bourne, just in behind him. Great to see Frank O'Bourne here, and I'm sure he'll be grinning from ear to ear. Barry Davison then, with Lee Osprey. It's the Honda, so Lee Osprey is on the Honda. Previously raced the Triumph for Trayson. He just found the Triumph, and a lot of riders find the same issue with the Triumph. It can be very twitchy. Some riders like a machine turning quick, but others, especially at a road race, you want a nice smooth turning bike. Number 29 there. Gary Jordan on his R6 Yamaha. Again, great racing last weekend at Kyrgyzstan, especially for Gary Jordan. And he had his brother Paul giving him a wee hand out. Alright, buddy.
Can I find it on radio? Do you know frequency?
No, I don't know.
In Cookstown it was on the FM.
Yeah. I can try and find out for you.
Yeah?
I can try and find out, yeah.
It was pretty nice.
We're on YouTube too. So if you go onto YouTube,
Sorry.
YouTube, Comedy
Yeah.
Corner on
Yeah.
YouTube. It's live on it. You can listen to it as well. Yeah. So
YouTube, comment.
YouTube, yeah. It's on my Facebook, Chris. You'll see it on my Facebook page. Good man. Thanks. Oh, there's Mickey D there, just doing what Mickey D does best. Backing it in. Not bad for a newcomer. So again, another call then. The classic machines, I can hear them warming up in the background there. The sound of thunder. And then up along to their shaking this comedy booth here. And deafening us all. Love the classic bikes. Real feat of engineering in maybe backstreet garages or a shed somewhere. And building them from the ground up each weekend. So here we go again. The machine should be heading down towards us here very soon. Here he is, Farquhar, along with Connor Cummins. Again, still taking it steady enough. It'll be interesting to see what sort of tyres they have on. Paddy McColgan just lifting the front wheel of that Ducati and holding it up over the start and finish line. He'll be happy just that he can still wheelie the machine. So again, Sweeney, Frankie Bourne, Darrell Tweed, Yeardsley all the way through. Barry Davison and Lee Osprey just dropping off a wee bit there. Lee Hara and Owen Monaghan just in behind Lee. So the classic machines then that are lining up for their untimed session. Again, you only get one group or one class of machine that you can go out for an untimed session. So if you have 3 machines, they've chosen which session you go out in. So this classic session will be Andy Hornby, Kyle Parks, Richard Ford, Gary Hutton, George Stinson, Brian Loughlin, Trevor Stewart, Gavin Duffy, Barry Davison. Well, Barry Davison out on track at the minute, so although there is a few classic machines out in the practice sessions early on, but the first session, and there's actually another classic machine, but it's a classic Superbike, and that's ridden by Corin Smith, the number 13 machine. Corin, Corn and myself had some real good racing. It doesn't seem that long ago, but it was a brave few years ago. So me and Corn, we would have went to Knockhill together, we would have went to East Fortune and all them races. Michael Dunlop there again. Didn't hear the split throttles that time through Bell's Crossroads. But he's another one that just likes a raw bike. He likes the power, and he's able to just handle it in his right hand and stand on the pegs and let it take him. Michael Dunlop, an absolute class act. And of course, on the King's Honours list, Michael Dunlop, MBE. Very fast man indeed. So where were we here? Barry Davison and Sean Henry, apologies. And then we'll have Ryan Harding, Andy Kildare, David Crawford, Ian Thompson, Paul McMahon, and Phil Lunny out in this untimed session then. So there's the last lap then. So again, if the remainder of them classic machines that are going out for their untimed session, can you please make your way to the holding area? So just here and there, didn't quite get a name, but number, I think it was 65 then, has retired unfortunately. So number 65 has retired in and around the track, but there will be a recovery, especially in these newcomer sessions, just to bring them on round. Bring them back to the paddock then. So Gary Jordan then on his R6. He's actually just ahead of Paul Garland there on the Suzuki, so he may have just been waved over, or he's caught that group ahead of him. And looks like Lachlan, maybe just across the road there, has also retired. So if he can get that bike pushed over there as quickly as he can. Corin Smith again, that lovely Yamaha. The marshal's doing a great job here, just going to help the rider bring that bike, although it's only a 650, but these 650s are very heavy indeed. When I started racing 650s, they were actually heavier than the Superbikes. There's one heading up towards, didn't catch who that was, but the clutch seems to be slipping on that machine. You can hear the revs just trying to grip now and again. And of course the wet clutches in these. The problem with these machines too, compared to a two-stroke with the wet clutches, if you do start to slip, unless you have one that's already soaked in oil already, you could risk damage on another one. So with these four-stroke machines, the wet clutch setup, you have to soak them in oil for a few hours just to make sure all the plates are swollen the way they're meant to be. If you put them in dry, they can burn out within seconds. Whereas the two strokes, You can just stick a clutch in it and away again, so you can change the clutch on a 2-stroke in about 10 minutes, depending on the manufacturer, of course, and the spanner man that you've hired for the weekend. So that's the checker flag out then. Ian Locker just pulling up into the paddock. Hello? So just a reminder as well, guys, can be no under 18s in the signalling area, so where they're holding their pit boards and whatnot, just beside where the bikes are pulling in now, please, no under 18s in there. And I'm sure your parents will not want you in there either. And it's just, it'll keep enough room then for the teams for their pit boards. So on-time practice session coming up next then. Again, 3 laps of this free practice session. And it'll be the classic bikes out first, followed by the support machines. So that'll be junior and senior, and then the Superbikes and 600 machines. And that's the 5th session in your program. 6th session then is the lightweight and the super twin machines before we go into our qualifying time practice sessions for the classic Superbikes and the 250 Grand Prix machines. So Michael Dunlop just given a wee lift to Michael Sweeney there, who had retired around the track. There will be hopefully recovery, and the machine can be picked up and brought back to the paddock. So again, another call and last call for the classic machines. Make your way to the holding area then. So this is the untimed classic session. So again, sweeper just making his way around the track, and we should be going here very soon. Most of the bikes are already in the holding area, and they'll be coming out onto the road very shortly.
Brapmoto are proud sponsors of Commentary Corner. Located at 5 Lisburn Road, Moira, the former Motorshocks building, this is the place to go for something different. Only open 2 hours a week to the public, Wednesday 6 p.m. till 8 p.m. Everyone is very welcome to drop in and check out the weekly change in stock, ranging from mopeds to fireblades. Davey from Brapmoto is looking for all types of motorbikes, vintage, classic, sports bikes, to damaged end-of-life bikes for dismantling. Also job lots of bike spares. Top cash prices paid, in particular looking for good, clean road bikes of any age. Brapmoto is proud to support many racers on the roads and the short circuits.
Oh fuck, wrong place.
Yeah.
Where's Richard at?
You like So again, just waiting for the machines coming back, the retirees, as we'll call them. So just here and there, we shouldn't be much longer. There's the final sweeper is out then, and they're just moving a few bits and pieces there on the back of a trailer. Just a reminder for all riders, please, no riding in the paddock. So as soon as you get up that hill, that awkward wee squirt of a hill there, please dismount, switch the engines off, and unfortunately you're going to have to push your machine through the field. So absolutely no riding at all in the paddock. And for all spectators, please remember, when the machines are out on track, when the marshals tell you to get into your post as quickly as you can, please do so. As I say, we've got on-time practice sessions here as well, so we're trying to keep things moving as quickly as possible. So that looked like one of the last of the recovery vans just making their way back towards into the paddock. We'll get things moving here very shortly. So here we go then, the first of the untimed practice sessions out on track, and track conditions you can see here at Bell's Crossroads anyway, quite dry. You just have to keep an eye underneath the trees, but I'm sure all the riders will know this will be the first time some of these riders will be out on track, remember, so just keeping an eye on the road conditions, maybe the first and second lap. 3 laps of this untimed practice session. and then before moving on to the qualifying sessions. So the machine's just getting left, just leaving the line now. And again, we'll still get some times on the board, we'll still get some names on the board, and we'll keep you updated, just see what they're doing. It's good to have a wee nosy, as long as it won't count at the end of the day. But it's good to see how each rider is feeling out there on track.
There's a player. And there's just the close-ups of the different William.
Brilliant. And where are you then? Just around the paddock?
Aye. And we're selling the tickets at $3.50 each or free for a tenner.
Okay.
And a hand into Creamery Ken. And it's for a charity, Cross Kenneth Lane Animal Sanctuary. And as well as animals, we do work for people. We provide, how can I say this? Special needs groups. We can we give special needs groups some quality time with the animals.
Okay.
We give special needs groups some quality time with the animals, and organise coffee mornings and that, just to bring people out of the house.
Brilliant.
As well as rescuing loads of animals.
Brilliant. Fantastic.
And
I'll put that down.
I know you're not mentioned, as well as rescuing loads of animals and shuffling an awful lot of animal crap. But you're not mentioning that.
Oh, I will.
You're not.
It's not all glamour, sure it's not.
And here's a raffle for the people who shovel horse.
Brilliant.
Yeah. Just can you give us the old wee call out today?
Oh, certainly, yes, no problem at all.
Because as I said, you know, not only do they rescue and rehome animals, but there's a thing that now they're having the coffee with cats, just to bring people out of the house for tea and coffee.
Brilliant.
And bringing people out of the house and
Brilliant.
they're having, you know, maybe people that just, maybe they've come through depression, or they've had maybe they're autistic or ADHD, and sometimes it's, people will not tell, and not put into words what's wrong with them, but they'll tell it to the old donkey.
Yeah, yeah.
They'll tell it to him, they'll put it into words to him, and so that's, from here. Thank you very much.
Not at all, thank you. So again, the classic machines just out on track then, untimed session. So the support group should be up next then, but I'm sure we'll hear it from the Paddock tannoy pretty shortly. So the machine should be heading towards Bells any time now. I just had a visit from a lovely lady from Cross Killen Lane Animal Sanctuary, who are doing a raffle down here in the paddock. So they're raffling some fantastic pieces there of William Dunlop, Joey Dunlop. Some lovely paintings, some lovely pieces there. It's $3.50 each for a raffle, or $3 for a tenner. So here we go then, the first machine's in sight now. And across the line then, John Lee Pemberton. So John Lee Pemberton then. Andy Hornby in behind him then. And this looks like Kyle Parks, it is indeed. Kyle Parks just away through. And that's the 196 then of Terence Sansom. Followed by George Stinson. Mark Johnson away through. Looking forward to seeing what way Mark Johnson goes around here again, he loves this track. Number 29 there, Brian Lachlan on the BMW. Lovely to see such an array, different array of machines out this weekend here at Tandragee. That's the number 20 and Gary Hutton. It is indeed. So Gary Hutton on the 500 away through. So it looks like Ian Thompson. It is indeed the number 63 machine. Ian Thompson on the Silver Dream machine. As it's been dubbed, 47 then. Away through, that's Brian Harding. Number 179 of James Rothery on the classic Superbike. So Davy Crawford away through then. The number 35. Getting the power on, nice and early there for Gavin Duffy. Just squared the corner off to get the drive up the hill again. Just testing the waters in this untimed practice session. We will call out sometimes when it comes through to us, but again, that's just to be nosy. And we can compare it later to the qualifying sessions then. Of course, still a couple of damp patches in and around the track. Very dry looking here. We don't know what it's like around the back section of the track, but I'm sure still a couple of damp patches under them trees and through the hedgerows. Trevor Stewart then. Trevor Stewart across the line. Again, loads of different types of machinery around here in this classic section. The 350s, a lot of 350s and 500s. A few 250s. We've seen Brian Matera out earlier on with the 250 Suzuki. Keeping an eye on Brian this year at Tandragee. He loves this place, loves all the racing he does. The wee 250 Suzuki, just very. So just calling the next session there. That one, the number 75 away through then. Back round again, John Lee Pemberton. Andy Hornby then. Just dropping back a wee bit off Pemberton. And again, free practice sessions and blow the cobwebs off not only the riders but the machines as well. You're very temperamental, these classic bikes. You really have to look after them. So that's the last lap flag out then. So anyone out in the next untimed session, if you can make your way to the holding area, please, as quickly as possible. I'll have a look here again. Paperwork coming out my ears. So that's the support class for their session then. It is indeed. So the support machines for their on-time practice session should be heading up into the holding area. Mark Johnson, Andy Kildare, George Stinson all the way through there that time. Here's this BMW, the number 29 machine of Brian Lachlan. So just hearing there, Terence Sansom. So Terence Sansom, number 196, is now retired and heading back into the paddock there. There's the number 20 of Gary Hutton, closely followed by Ian Thompson. So Ian Thompson's actually closed that gap a wee bit then. He's looking good here. He loves Tandragee. Just waiting then. Brian Harding, James Rothery should be coming towards us anytime soon then. Again, another shout for the support, on-time support class then to the holding area. So at the minute, John Lee Pemberton, it is on time, but I get a sneaky wee peek. They've got their transponders on, 3:51.5. Kyle Parks, a 4-minute .1. That's the 1:79 then of James Rothery. That's a classic Superbike machine. Number 35 then, way through, Gavin Duffy. Again, this next free practice session then. Try and call out a name. Gonna need a router very soon for these as we make our way through. Lee McGavick, John Cahill, William Roberts, Robert O'Neill, Sean Buckle, Gary Jordan, Kevin Canny, we have a see Kevin Lavery, Dale Brew, loads going out in this next session then. Lee Osprey, Shane Carroll there as well, Andy Kildare, let me see, Frank O'Bourne, Rory Wurst, George Scott, Chris Gray, and Roddy Taylor. Great to see George Scott still racing. I think he was talking about it, I think he said he was 77 or he's coming 77. Fantastic to see him still out on the Super Sport machine. So here go then the checkered flag being ready down below us. And that is for John Lee Pemberton. So John's going to stage left just above us here, back into the paddock. Again, guys, if you are in and around the track, in and around the paddock, make your way to the Tandragee Supporters Club hut. It's the blue porter cabins just beside Sign On. It's the one that is available to get to. Where we are is cordoned off. So we have a high level of security in and around us here. Delivering coffee now and again, so we're spoiled up here. So if you go to Supporters Club, just where the riders, beside the riders Sign On, there you can sell it. You can buy the t-shirts and hats and whatnot, loads of merchandise there. Number 92, that's Stephen Walsh then, just across the line. Another one of our newcomers here this weekend. As well, don't forget to support any other merch stands. You can see here, you can see any Brap Moto over there as well. So big shout out to Brap Moto, Davy Chambers. Great setup over there. I must get up later on, have a wee chat, see what he has. But there's loads of stalls, loads of stands in and around the paddock. Come and show your support and grab a wee souvenir. So the support class then for their untimed practice session will be up next. Again, a lot of Super Twins and a lot of Super Sport machines out in this class. And a lot of newcomers out in this class as well, so it's great to see the support class still going around the Ulster road racing scene. Comedy Race Control we do have comms, yeah. Yeah, do have comms available. Okay, just a reminder there that the sweeper will be back round again to do another sweep. So if anyone is on the road, please get off the road as quickly as possible. So the sweeper will be doing a second lap if you just be careful, please. So again, the recovery is just doing a lap of the track, so any of the machines out there, any of the riders with machines that need recovered back in, and the sweeper doing another lap here as well. So anyone then that's requiring recovery, any of the riders and the bikes, please make yourself ready, and we'll get you onto the van, get you back to the paddock. So we'll not be too much longer here. So again, a reminder, please, that the sweeper is going round for a final sweep. So keep an eye out if you're on the road. Please get into your positions as quickly as possible.
Attention Paddock, on time, practice session 2, please. Clear.
So that's the sweeper back round again, guys, and the machines are going out on track now. So that's Sean Leonard their way through. Great to see Sean on a modern machine. We used to see Sean on the classic bikes. You will notice there's a lot of orange bibs here, a lot of newcomers in the support class. So again, like the last session, the machines will assemble on the grid, and the flag marshal may be our new clerk of course for this year, John McClure. So I was talking to John McClure, the clerk of course, earlier this morning. Not much of a chat because he was very nervous. God love him, and so he should be, because it's a huge feat for anyone, clerk of the course. So there's the Norton then. Looking forward to hearing this thing going around Tandragee, full chant. So that's the machines now leaving the line to start their untimed practice sessions. Remember, only 3 laps, but again, it's enough to blow the cobwebs off. And just listen to that Norton, that rotary engine, just warming up in the background. I can't imagine what one of them's like to ride. I would love to get the opportunity to have a spin on one, even just for the noise. Here we go then. All the machines will soon left us here. And a haze of blue smoke just at the back there. So already on track. And circulating, Lee McGavick, Dan Sale, John Cahill, Sean Buckle, Gary Jordan. And that lovely Norton there of Sean Anderson. Just sitting, ticking over at the back. And away he goes. And a huge puff of smoke there. I'm not sure who that was. I've seen just trying to clear the smoke away before they leave the line. So that's the Norton away around the track, and this thing will be amazing to hear. Kevin Canny, Sean Leonard, Kevin Lavery, Dale Brew, Lee Osprey, Sean Carroll, William Birchall as well out in this one, the number 49 machine. Frank O'Bourne. So Frank O'Bourne, the number 54. Roy Wurst, he's riding the lightweight Supersport machine, the 400 Kawasaki. George Scott then out in the Supersport machine. Then we'll have Chris Gray, Roddy Taylor. So Roddy Taylor, seen him there at the back just with the MV Augusta, lovely machine, that MV Augusta. I spoke to Roddy before, and he loves to do a wee bit of travelling, racing around the world. I'm sure we all would, but nobody would love to be anywhere else, only here this weekend at Tandragee. Oh, so here we go, it's the number 32 machine then across the line. Kevin Canny pushing already with his newcomer bib on, but looking really confident, looking really smooth, and that's the key around here, fast and smooth. James Doy then, another Suzuki, number 215 across the line. Again, he has done many laps around here, the local man. He hasn't far to go. That's Franco Bourne then. On the Cowden Racing Kawasaki. Great to see a Cowden Racing team here this weekend. There's the Ducati then of Sean Brawley away through. There's the young Larkin. Jordan Larkin just heading off this group then. And the thundering behind him. That's Sean Leonard then, just trying to get the hang of that wee super sport machine. Again, I'm sure he'll be well pleased to someone away on straight there, rider number 78. As well, just behind John Cahill. John Cahill riding for a long time as well. It's great to see him out. Them distinctive. He would wear sunglasses then under his visors. You always remember him years ago with that same setup. Enrique Rossi. Here's the Norton. Lovely side of machine that there of Sean Anderson and the Norton then. Number 72 machine there of Ben Mullen. And there's Lee McGavick. That will probably be the number, that's the number 90 machine. Way through again, super junior support and senior support, both out in this session. Roddy Taylor then on the Triumph, or the MV, sorry. You'll not like me saying that. We'll just cut that out, we'll edit that bit out. So again, next session up then. On time Superbike and 600 and the classic Superbike session. Well, the machines have already been called to the Hogan area. I'm not sure, there's a few bikes there ready and raring to go. We're just waiting for the leader back, and there he is. The first machine out on track, Kevin Canny. Oh, I just had to shut off there a wee bit as on the exit of Bells. Again, it's one of them ones you have to be careful because the road does tighten on the exit. You can use all the road you want on the entrance to it. You just have to be careful then how early you get the power on. Michael Clyde away through just behind. And there's James Doy looking very comfortable on that True Fit Suzuki. Here's Franco Bourne then. Cowden Racing machine. Sean Brawley hard on the brakes there on that Ducati. You just see the front end starting to patter when he was shutting it off. A wee bit wide there across the line for Liam Trainer. Kevin Lowry then. Away through, there's Jordan Larkin. Again, Jordan Larkin just getting in a wee bit of a tussle there with other riders. It's not really what you want to be doing, especially as a newcomer. 7:03 there. 2:03, Nick Haley. Roy Worst, by the looks of it, on that wee 400. Another rider doing very well in the Ulster Superbike Championship. Lee Hara then, in the R6 Yamaha. And here's the Norton then. What that must sound like down the Cabra Straight. I'm jealous of anyone that's down that direction. Lee Osprey then on the twin, number 45 machine away through. And that's Dale Brew. There's the Moto 3 machine there of Dan Sale. Dan Sale on the Moto 3 bike. Pushing that wee machine hard already. I'm just looking to see no full wet tires at the minute. So I think they're all on sort of cut slicks or intermediates, just for a bit of confidence, especially on the white lines on the way out. Gary Jordan the way through there as well. Here's Lee McGalvick on the Stone Mint twin. Another man who would have loved. So number 90 machine there. So here we go, background already then. And there's the checkered flag. Kavian Kenny away through, lovely Suzuki there. Roddy Taylor just in behind him. Oh, Lee. That's James Doy. Just a wee bit excitable there on the brakes again. Just seeing where he can brake. Trying to get his braking markers. Another one. That was Franco Bourne. Just with a foot down. Sean Brawley then across the line. Absolutely motoring on that Ducati. Lovely machine, number 101 there. Brett McCallan again. Got plenty of tips from his uncle Philip. Another one, Philip McCallan, of course, previous lap record holder around here as well. So I think Philip McCallan, he knows what he's doing on track. So I'm sure Brett has learned an awful lot from him. Number 36 machine then. Kevin Lowry, very noisy that machine there. It's got no baffles on it, or it's got a blowout or what. But the noisier the better. We're here for some loud motorbikes, burning fuel and rubber. And that's what we're all about. Another man round here would have been like to burning some fuel and rubber. Gareth Evans. I can see him there in the corner with his back to me. It's very rude, Gareth. Good to see you here, buddy. He could fairly handle a bike himself. Had some good racing back in the day. So the next session up next then, the third on-time session. This will be Superbike 600s classic machines, classic Superbike machines. Roy Worst again there, Sean Leonard again, just getting the hang of something. He's maybe just getting the hang of something that does handle. He's used to the classic machines and the super sport machines a lot. Would be a lot stiffer for him, just trying to get used to it again. There's the Moto 3 Falcon then, machine of Dan Sale. John Cahill sweepers back around again to pick up the machines. Hopefully we can get into some qualifying times here very soon. And get some times on the board. We do have times, but of course they don't count. Each rider gets an untimed session. And then we can move on to the qualifying sessions. And Gary Jordan there. Again, Lee McGavick just finding his way around. Very enjoyable e-bike to ride around here. These 650s, of course, Lee on the 660, the Aprilia this time round, a very popular machine. So session 3 will be up very shortly, and the machines that have retired around the track will be getting picked up and brought back to the paddock in time for their qualifying session. But the sweeper is out on track, so please stay where you are and you can move points, but you have to move very quickly so we can get things up and going here. Still a lot to do, still a lot of qualifying to get through, and hopefully a few races later on today. So the sweepers just left Cooley Hill then and up along till the third session then is brought out onto track. Just a reminder for anyone as well, we've had a few classic machines out here. We've had the Norton out, the sounds, the smells. You can get plenty more of that at the Classic Bike Festival. And that's the 1st, 2nd and 3rd of August. So the Classic Bike Festival, well, it'll be running over the 2nd and 3rd of August. Huge event, gets bigger and better every single year. And there's some huge names that are lined up for it. So if you go on their Facebook page, Classic Bike Festival Ireland, constant updates there as the machines are coming out onto the road now. And that's Neil Kernahan there then on the R1. Darrell Anderson, Joe Yeardsley, there's Marcus Simpson, Michael Gahan there as well, number 222, number 105. Connor Cummins on the Burrow Engineering, RK Racing, BMW. Michael Dunlop then on the MD Racing, Carl Cox, BMW. Dennis Booth, Andy Mack as well. Great to see Andy Mack out, back out here at Tandragee. Michael Sweeney. So hopefully Sweeney retired that Super Sport machine of his earlier, the R6. Hopefully he can get that sorted and back out in time for his qualifying session later today. So the bikes are leaving the line then and out onto track for their free practice session. Again, Michael Dunlop, Darrell Anderson. Sean Anderson then on the Suzuki, just making his way back up after getting off that Norton. Michael Dunlop, Darrell Anderson, Connor Cummins, Mike Brown, Joe Yeardsley, Marcus Simpson, all out on track along with Dennis Booth, Kieran Brocky, Daniel Ingram, Liam Chalk, Owen Monaghan, Darrell Tweed, Sweeney, Barry Fruber, Graham McAleese, and of course Paul Cranston. Paul Cranston purchased one of the McAdoo Kawasaki's at the beginning of the year. I actually seen on the one of the feeds for the Northwest 200, I seen a McAdoo bike. Well, I thought I seen it flashing past, and I text Jason, "Who's riding your bikes?" He says, "No one." And I thought, well, if I was you, I'd check your garage because one of them's out here in Portrush. But Paul Cranston had bought the machine off him, and he seems to be enjoying it anyway. He's still pushing great times in and around Bishop's Court and Kyrgyzstan. So that's all the machines now out on the track. They're all left the line. And again, Michael Dunlop just easing off, dropping back that wee bit. He wants a good clear road ahead of him. I'll say it'll not take him long to catch up with the group in front of him. we go then. First machine in through Darrell Tweed. Darrell Tweed, nice clear road there. No one really behind him to bother him as such. The 2000cc machines there of Marcus Simpson and Neil Kernahan. And that was Andy Farrell away through. Andy Farrell had a great race last weekend at Kyrgyzstan. So he led the Supersport Cup class. I actually thought that he was in with a good chance of winning. He was leading it for 4 or 5 laps. And then, unfortunately, I don't know whether it was the riders behind him that just upped the pace, or he didn't have enough pace left in him. So I think fitness had a big hand to play in it last weekend, but Andy coming away with some great results there. Paddy McColgan there on the Ducati. And that was Mike Brown. Ryan Whitehall as well. So Ryan Whitehall out riding the Ian Locker Racing ALR Honda Supersport machine, and also riding his Super Twin. So the pattern will be out on force. Ryan Whitehall getting a spin out on that. It's great to see him getting this opportunity as well. He didn't have it easy a few years ago, Ryan. Had a couple of bad offs. Done a good bit of damage to his leg. But back out, good to see him back out and at it again very, very fast indeed. And getting this great opportunity from Ian Locker, who himself is racing this weekend. It's great to see him in the paddock again, and I'm sure I'll get a wee chat with him later on, hopefully. Michael Sweeney with a foot down, just of course instructing early on with the newcomers, so he's seen the track, he knows the conditions, the bumps. Of course, it will be a wee bit drier than it was earlier for Mick Sweeney. Not belong here till the riders come back round again. And we'll see. I don't think Michael Dunlop's through yet. Oh, there he is. Speak of the devil. And the bull will arrive through Bell's Crossroads. A wee bit tentative that time round for the newcomer. So the last lap flag will be going out now. Again, remember, only 3 laps on time practice, but it's good for the riders. Instead of going out for their 5-lap qualifying and trying to push straight away, it's great to get an on-time practice session. Marcus Simpson doing very well to hold on to Neil Kernahan here. WH Honda Fireblade. And Neil Kernahan on the R1 Yamaha. Andy Farrell then. We skip at the back end there for Andy Farrell. He just needs getting comfortable again, getting used to the bike, the track, just has to sit back in that seat a wee bit more under braking. The number 19, Joey Yeardsley then. Yeardsley, although it's on time, goes up the second fastest. That's chalky away through there. Dermot Cleary. Another new machine this year for Dermot Cleary, getting used to it. Hasn't had an awful lot of track time, especially in the Ulster Superbike scene. Sticking to the roads then. There's Darrell Anderson. New machine for Darrell Anderson this year as well, the R1 Yamaha. Yeah, so another new machine then for Darrell Anderson. Anderson riding the R1 and still getting used to that machine. Another rider that hasn't had an awful lot of track time on that machine. Mike Brown on the Russell Racing Yamaha. So Great to see Alistair Russell's team here this weekend in the paddock, and I think one of his machines is actually getting flew across the water. I'll have to confirm that later. For Richard Cooper, will be riding abroad. There's maybe Owen having Kieran Brocky, and there's Cranston, Paul Cranston on his ZX6 Kawasaki machine. The McAdoo colours, and I'm pretty sure that machine will stay the McAdoo colours for the foreseeable future. Lovely machine, lovely bike. ZX, well looked after. Andy Mack then, away through there on the Suzuki. The Barry Sheen colours. Mickey D popping and banging his way into Bell's Crossroads. Just look behind him there, a couple of looks behind him. And it looks like he's maybe going to take a shot at this lap. Michael Sweeney then. On the power, just hear that split throttle there, traction control, anti-wheelie, everything. Trying to work all at the same time as he climbs the hill up towards the start or the finish start line. Should have said, does get confusion here sometimes. There's Darrell Tweed then. So the checkered flag now being waved. So the remainder of the next group, if you can make your way to the holding area, please, that would be fantastic. Great run there for Marcus Simpson, who stayed tucked in behind Neil Kernahan the whole way. Neil looking behind him there. So Marcus Simpson, no slouch on the Fireblade. Andy Farrell and Joe Yeardsley on the Aprilia. So they're making their way back up into the paddock then. And again, oh, Michael Gahan just looking back to see where that gear went. Nearly dropped a cog at Bell's Crossroads. Just false neutral. And again, around Whitehall there, just very easy done, especially if you're running into first gear. If you're running out of here in first gear and you just go to click second, it's very difficult sometimes to get up into second gear. That's Connor Cummins then on the Burrows Engineering RK Racing machine. Just pulling back into the paddock. So again, we're waiting. Michael Dunlop then looked like he was aiming for a fast lap. Sean Anderson. There's a whole gaggle of riders here then, just in the Bell Crossroads to take the checkered flag. They go back to their teams, run a wee bit of setup, so hopefully we can keep these slicks in for the rest of the day and tomorrow. Tomorrow's looking really good so far. Dennis Booth. There's Sweeney then. Again, all these riders will be ecstatic to get back round Tandragee again. Around a pound, Tandragee 100. So that's the sweeper out on track then. He's going to do his lap. I'm not sure, never heard about the recovery going out, so hopefully everyone's got background to the paddock without any retirements then. And the next session then back out. So again, just a reminder for everyone that the sweeper is doing another lap, and to stay tucked in as best you can, get into your positions as quickly as you can so we can get things underway here. And still a lot to go through, a lot of qualifying, and hopefully get a few races underway as well.
Brapmoto are proud sponsors of Commentary Corner. Located at 5 Lisburn Road, Moira, the former Motorshocks building, this is the place to go for something different. Only open 2 hours a week to the public, Wednesday 6 PM till 8 PM. Everyone is very welcome to drop in and check out the weekly change in stock, ranging from mopeds to fireblades. Davey from Brapmoto is looking for all types of motorbikes, vintage, classic, sports bikes, to damaged end-of-life bikes for dismantling. Also job lots of bike spares. Top cash prices paid, in particular looking for good, clean road bikes of any age. Brapmoto is proud to support many racers on the roads and the short circuits.
So the sweeper will be making his way round very, very shortly. Just a reminder, guys, that we are streaming live on Commentary Corner. You'll find the links on the Facebook page and to our YouTube channel. So please subscribe, and the more subscribers, the more we can get support for more cameras, and the plan in the future is for a live feed throughout the circuits. But it's big money, and it's out of my own pocket, and the wife doesn't really agree with me spending money on wires and computers. She'd rather holidays on cars. But anyway, so the more supporters and subscribers we can get, the more we can bring you, and the more we can spread the love of our sport around the world. And of course, we are running a live chat, so we can have a wee bit of crack on that as well. So people watching from all over the world. Brian Brown from Australia watching, thanks very much, Brian. Again, Brazil, Spain, all over the world. So thanks very much. People that are watching that have never seen a road race before, and hopefully we can get them down here next time then, as the machines are going out on track. And incidentally, we spoke about him earlier there, Gareth Evans. He's only in from Dubai here to watch the racing here at Tandragee this weekend. So he's home from Dubai, and he's brought his business partner Kyle with him from South Africa. So big welcome to Kyle here, and hopefully they get the full road racing experience here this weekend. His first time ever being at a road race. And Gareth might even fancy you up towards the jumps later on tomorrow. Get a wee bit of an eye-opener, no doubt. That's the plan by the looks of it. So big welcome to Kyle, and we hope you enjoy yourself. So the machines then just getting left off now. And the clock, of course, calling them out onto the track. So Ian Locker again out in this session. Great to see Ian still on it. And he no signs of slowing down at all. Ian had a great weekend there at Scarborough. Last weekend, Jack Sands there out as well. Great to see Jack still out and about. He's on the Moto 3 machine. That's Tom Oliver riding the Super Twin. Tom Oliver had a great weekend there at Kyrgyzstan, and he led most of the racing on again riding a new machine. He's on the R1, and he had a great race there for the last step of the podium, and it was so close. I think it was looking back there, it was 0.003 of a second, absolutely nothing in it, an absolute blink of an eye across the line. But Tom was able to steal the last step of the podium then last weekend in the Superbike Cup class. So the machine's now heading back towards us here, Bell's Crossroads. Oh, the 44 of Lane Chalk on the Trevor Harbison racing machine as it barks. Keep getting interrupted. then moving on to the qualifying, the timed sessions now after this one, and they're lining up on the grid there. Again, Super Twins thundering down below us here. Looks like, so Jack Mayers, number 108, away through there. Jack Mayers also getting some support there on our YouTube page, our YouTube live chat. They're saying Jack Mayers with plenty of support there to keep her lit. That's another ex McAdoo machine. Alright. No, I'm fine. I'm fine.
I get you something. I get the girls then with all about an hour or two.
Alright, okay.
When they call back and get the order off you, it's just fish and chips or anything.
No, I'm not. I'm alright, boy.
Because
I'm alright.
you should have a positive. Sort of a week yard forward, so you should.
I didn't get one, but
I know you just can't get away with it. Get you one if you want.
no, I'm fine.
You sure?
Maybe a wee cup of coffee. Just I don't really. There's nothing really.
I'd
More.
say we're going to carry on home drink and work over it.
I've plenty of drink there.
No, it's just the girls then were all the other ones up above. They can't get
They
off.
can't get off.
out.
I know.
So if you need anything, give us a shout.
That's great. Thank you,
Thank you so much.
gentlemen. Here's the Moto 3 machine going through there. Neil climbing up the hill then. Again, he was just getting a wee bit excited there. Just trying to find his braking markers. It was very difficult to do here, especially on them smaller machines where it's absolutely flat out towards Bell's Crossroads the whole way from the bottom of Cooney Hill. Okay, we're just waiting. Liam Chalk then should be coming here very shortly. Number 14. Oh, lovely sounding. The 125 Honda. Keep an eye on Liam Chalk then on the TH racing machine. As he enters, he was looking sharp on the last lap. He was looking comfortable. He got the power on nice and early there. And here he is. Franco Bourne again. Franco Bourne on the Cowton racing machine as the last lap goes out for this untimed practice session. And then we're moving on to the qualifying sessions. We'll get some times on the board. As Ian Rocker, an absolute class act. Poetry in motion coming through here. And it never leaves him. So we'll get some times on the board the next time round. And also we'll be keeping a close eye on that lap record, all the lap records throughout each session. And if it's any lap record is gonna break, it's gonna be this weekend. Number 9, Des Butler. Great to see Des Butler back out on a machine. Des has been riding a long time as well. There's Jack Mayers still just ahead then of O'Donovan. That's Lee Hara. A cracker lap there from Lee. Paddy McColgan again just finding the braking markers. Oh, loads of corner speed there on that Supersport 300 machine. And these wee machines, they might be slightly slower, but they carry more corner speed than a Superbike could. And he just had to sit up a wee bit. He caught the rider mid-corner it was in front. He just had to ease that off. That was Nick Healy then, number 203, away through. Oh, and here's the number 64 machine. Nigel Moore. That looked like Stephen McKnight's machine there that Nigel Moore was riding. And there's Barry Davison. Again, great to see Barry Davison out. And he was out at over the Isle of Man, but he had a hand injury at the beginning of the year through work, so he actually cut the tendons in his hand. Quite a deep cut it was. There's Gareth Arnold on the Parker Transport Moto 3 machine across the line. Really looking forward to getting some lap times onto the board here just to see who's doing what in this qualifying. Chris Mayers there as well. I was talking to Chris. Earlier today. He was just looking to see, he's old school if we have a radio. And I said to him, you can watch it or you can listen to it on YouTube. And he looked at me like a two heads. What's YouTube? But he's old school. He has a lovely 250 Honda as well. An RS 250 Honda. He's an RS 125 Honda. And a few classic bikes with him as well. So we'll see what Chris is out on all this weekend. So again, Frank O'Born then on the Cowden racing machine with his newcomer bib flapping in the background, and he takes the checkered flag then. Liam Chalk across the line then. Good laps there for Liam Chalk. He looks very smooth, very comfortable on that bike. And then Ian Locker way through there on that pattern.
Attention Paddock. At the time practice classic Superbike 250 GT, please go to the holding area.
So that's the remainder of the machines then will be coming across the line and nipping into the paddock, and we can get the first of the timed qualifying sessions out on track. So the classic Superbikes and the 250 Grand Prix machines will be up next for their timed qualifying sessions. Again, just looking through, oh, there's Lee Harrow then across the line, looking very menacing there on that last lap. That was a perfect line there through. Stuart McCann as well on the Triumph, the number 23 machine. Keep a wee eye on Stuart this weekend. And look at Paddy McColgan on that Supersport 300 machine. Absolute perfect line there. So fast, mid-corner speed in them machines. Davy Walsh there, the distinctive number 7 on that big single cylinder. So again, the sweeper is making his way around the track. They're doing another recovery. So if any machines are out on track, if any riders with them there, please make yourself available and we can get you picked up pretty quickly and bring you back around to the paddock so we can start into the qualifying session and we can give you some times. There's Barry Davison across the line there. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, just hearing there's a slight issue with one of the airbags in and around the track. We will be sorting that out pretty quickly, and we'll get the first of the qualifying sessions out on track.
Brapmoto are proud sponsors of Commentary Corner. Located at 5 Lisburn Road, Moira, the former Motorshocks building, this is the place to go for something different. Only open 2 hours a week to the public, Wednesday 6 p.m. till 8 p.m. Everyone is very welcome to drop in and check out the weekly change in stock, ranging from mopeds to fireblades. Davey from Brapmoto is looking for all types of motorbikes, vintage, classic, sports bikes, to damaged end-of-life bikes for dismantling. Also job lots of bike spares. Top cash prices paid, in particular looking for good, clean road bikes of any age. Brapmoto is proud to support many racers on the roads and the short circuits.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, just hearing there that the recovery is heading towards us here at Bell's Crossroads, so it shouldn't be too much longer. And we can get these bikes on the track then. If you're just joining us, welcome to the Around the Pound Tandragee 100 here showing this weekend for the first time in 3 years. Great to have it back, and I'm sure you all agree. This weekend we will be keeping a close eye on all the lap records, newly resurfaced and as fast as ever already. Some people putting in some really good lap times now. They've had their free practice sessions, and we're moving on now to the first of the qualifying sessions. So the classic Superbikes and the 250 Grand Prix machines should be lining up on the grid very, very shortly. So just hearing there in my ear that the sweeper is away around the track for the final sweep. And we'll get the machines, once he comes back towards Bells, we'll get the machines up out of the holding area and up towards the start line where they'll be let off by the flag marshals, and we'll get some lap times on the board for qualifying for tomorrow's racing. Well, hopefully we'll get some racing here this afternoon as well. We do plan the Super Sport and Senior Support non-championships, of course, so hopefully we can get a few races this afternoon before we relax tonight and get ready, reboot and ready again for tomorrow. One, two. 1, 2. Testing 1, 2. 1, 2. One, two. So that's the sweeper just out past Cooley Hill then, and coming back down towards us here at Bell's Crossroads. You can hear the bikes in the background just starting to warm up. And we'll get them out on track. So the classic Superbikes and classic GP machine. A few changes to the program then. So with the classic GPs, Bradley Hughes and Des Butler. So there won't be any classic GP machines as they make their way down below us here. That was Darrell Tweed, Roddy Taylor, Darren Duncan. So I think it'll be the first time out on that machine this season for Darren Duncan. Dennis Booth. And Dan Sale. So Dan Sale is riding the T-Said 250 Yamaha. To Norton. That's Sean Anderson then on the Norton. Andy Hornby just in behind him then. I think that's the Prez racing machine. So there's the bikes getting let go then to start their qualifying session. Again, 5 laps here. Kevin Keys on the Daracor, the R1. Or apologies, the Fireblade this season. So he's gonna do a wee lap just to make sure everything's good and feels good for him. He was out earlier on the 600, the Super Sport machine. So he's going out in the Super Stock machine now. Again, Andy Hornby, Paddy McColgan then. Corn Smith, Dennis Booth. Corn Smith, he hasn't had too much luck with that classic Superbike from He's Got It, but again, just coming back from retirement, getting the hang of it, getting back, getting the spanners back in his hands. And it's never left him again, he still loves it. Dennis Booth, Sean Anderson, Kieran Brocky, Emmett Burke, Roddy Taylor, Dan Sale, Noel Carroll, Darren Duncan and James Rothery through there. So again, looking at the lap records, we will be keeping a close eye on them. Of course, the outright lap record is held by the late great Dan Neen from 2018. It was 109.609 mile an hour lap. And that was a 255 done in, so we'll keep a close eye on them later on. But soon the machines should be heading back down towards us here. They are indeed. Davy Patterson just giving us the nod there. Doing a good. Here we go then. First machine into sight. It is Darrell Tweed on his trusty Yamaha. So this is the start of their flying laps now. Huge gap back to the second rider, and that is number 33, Kieran Brocky. Just trying to keep the front end down on that Suzuki. Paddy McColgan away through there, a couple of riders just away through, and their transponders aren't working, unfortunately. But just a reminder for all riders, please make sure you have your transponder to begin with and it's fully charged. I've been a victim of that myself a few times, of forgetting to charge the transponder and then it's panicking and you're keeping it on charge throughout the whole weekend. Here's Corn Smith then, the number 13 machine on the YZF Yamaha. Dennis Booth in behind him then. Here's the Norton. Oh, just behind Andy Hornby there. He just moves over to the right hand side of Andy. Here's the 250 at Dan Sale then. Again, just getting back in the swing of it then. Way on through there was Kevin Keys on the Fireblade. Just getting a lap under his belt on that machine before he goes out in the qualifying session later on. So again, we'll be keeping an eye on Andy Hornby there. He's along with Sean Anderson at the minute. So Andy Hornby from Exeter on the 750 Kawasaki. Again, it's great to see the classic Superbikes out again. They were brought back there with Armoy, of course. The Tandragee 100 used to run the Forgotten Era class. It was always great racing. There was classic Superbikes in with it too. So here we go then. The machine's heading back down towards us, the Bell's Crossroads. We'll be expecting Darrell Tweed here. We'll just see what the gap is. Brocky just behind him. And Paul Cranston was in amongst that as well with Dennis Booth. Here we go, there's the first times put on the board then. That was a 3:22 there for Darrell Tweed. And this is when we start to see the timing screens jump up and down. We might have to wait just for them to settle themselves a wee bit, but we are waiting then on Brocky. Well, here we go, just still ahead of that group. Cranston tries to make a move up the inside, but it's Paul. Paddy McColgan rolled right round the outside there of Paul Cranston. I think that gesture was stay behind me for 2 laps. So Paddy McColgan then, that was a 3:28 there for Paddy McColgan. Paul Cranston a 3:28. Kieran Brocky a 3:31 and Darren Duncan a 3:44. Sean Anderson away through a 3:18 on the Norton for Sean Anderson. So fastest so far for Anderson on the Norton. Dennis Booth chasing down. That looked like Roddy Taylor was just ahead of him. It was indeed. Corn Smith then chasing Andy Hornby, the number 4 machine. So Sean Anderson at the minute fastest with a 3:18.055. Darrell Tweed second, a 3:22.314. So a good bit to find yet if he wants to get anywhere close to that Norton, but it's still early days. Dan Sale just looking down the left hand side of that machine there. He maybe felt something on his boot or struggling to select gears. Just making sure everything is as it should, but he's still circulating anyway. Paddy McColgan then in third so far, a 3:28.1. Paul Cranston fourth, a 3:28.8. Kieran Brockie in fifth, a 3:31.6. Dennis Booth sixth with a 3:32.6. The time's still pretty close there as well, which is great for us because it means there's going to be some great racing tomorrow in this class. Dan Sale then away through. That was Andy Hornby in seventh, a 3:36.3. So we can expect Andy to start climbing the timing screen here within the next few laps. Dan Sale a 3:40.2. Darren Duncan in eighth, or ninth, apologies. That's a 3:44.1. Corn Smith then in 10th, a 3:45.4. Emmett Burke in 11th so far, a 3:45.4. Noel Carroll 12th with a 3:45.5. Again, this group is pretty close here. 3:59.4 for Roddy Taylor, and James Rothery in 14th so far, a 4:10.7. So here we go, Darrell Tweed then. Let's see what he can do that time. The bike's getting a wee bit loose this time on the entrance to Bell's Crossroads, and he gets the power on nice and early. Just listening, I thought I heard a wee bit of a backfire, but these things are very temperamental, much like the classic machines that was seen earlier on today. There's a lot of tinkering, a lot of carburation work needing done to these machines. So we're expecting Paddy McColgan, Paul Cranston, Brockie all through here. Here's Paddy McColgan with the back wheel in the air, runs a wee bit wide on that Ducati, but he makes it work, he squares it off, and he gets the power on nice and early. Paul Cranston still chasing them down there. So Paddy McColgan that time round a 3:23.6. Very respectable time there so far. Here's the Norton. Oh, beautiful sound of machine. He's starting to get that thing wound up now. Sean Anderson with a 3:10.7. Faster again there for Sean. So Darrell Tweed needs to find 10 seconds here. Nearly 11 seconds. Still early days. Darren Duncan away through there. Let's see, there's Dennis Booth then. The number 46 machine goes through Emmett Burke. Good lap time there, Emmett Burke. Jumped up the timing screen, up into 9th place. Andy Hornby now across the line up into 5th. Andy Hornby a 3:28.2. So Roddy Taylor then, just had to shut it off there just before the line. That's the problem as well. You'll see this during the race. There'll be last minute dives up the inside here at Bell's Crossroads. There are people trying to get the power on nice and early. You still have to be very careful, especially on the last lap of a race here. Dan Sale then, the number 88 machine. No need to slip the clutch there. That's a well set up wee bike and just drives out of Bell's. All in the carburation in these 2 strokes. You don't want to be slipping the clutch too early this weekend. There's plenty of time to do that during the race. So still Sean Anderson fastest, Darrell Tweed in 2nd, Paddy McColgan in 3rd, Paul Cranston 4th, Andy Hornby in 5th, Kieran Brockie in 6th, Dennis Booth 7th, Noel Carroll in 8th, Emmett Burke 9th so far, Dan Sale first of the Grand Prix machine, the only Grand Prix Classic machine out, in 10th, Darren Duncan 11th, Corn Smith in 12th, 13th, Roddy Taylor, James Rothery in 14th. So here we go, there's James Rothery himself on the Kawasaki, just making his way up towards the start line. So the last lap now being flown. So the next session, that's the Super Sport machines. If you can make your way to the holding area then. So just away on straight there, there's Tweedy. So Darrell Tweed away back into the paddock, return from this qualifying session. So next up should be then Paddy McColgan on the Ducati. Oh, it's Paul Cranston. So Paul Cranston, the number 93 machine, way through there. Oh, Sean Anderson on the Norton. Slightly slower that time then for Sean. So I don't know whether, I didn't see Paddy McColgan going into the paddock, and I didn't hear anything on the radio, unless he did retire there. There's Dennis Booth then. So Dennis Booth again, getting the power on nice and early that time round. Andy Hornby, and Darren's got past Darren Duncan then. That's Emmett Burt away through then. Noel Carroll. Currently, Noel, where is he? 8th place there at the minute for Noel Carroll. So just a reminder, this is the last lap then. Checker flag will be going out very shortly. Corn Smith and Roddy Taylor away through there. Dan Sale again on the 250. So at the minute, Sean Anderson fastest with a 3:10.7. That last lap was a 3:13.3. Just came into a wee bit of traffic there on the Norton. Darrell Tweed in second with a 3:21, nearly 11 seconds slower than Sean Anderson, but he did retire there, so a couple of adjustments maybe required there for Darrell. Paddy McColgan, although I never seen him coming through there, but Paddy McColgan currently third with a 3:23.6. Paul Cranston fourth, a 3:25.0. Kieran Brocky in fifth with a 3:27.7 at the minute. So just waiting then for the next riders to come through. I think it should be maybe James Rothery, closely followed by Paul Cranston, no doubt. Great to see Paul still battling, still fighting it at the pointy end there, currently in 4th place. Oh, here's Sean then. So across the line there, James Rothery then, number 179 across the line, thumbs up from James. Here's Paul Cranston. It's just another class act there for Paul Cranston. So Sean Anderson fastest again. Oh, a lot of movement in the front end of that bike for Kieran Brocky. So front end chatter, it's something that haunts motorcycle racers, especially road racers. So Super Sport bikes then should be in the holding area. And they are indeed. There's a lot of machines in there now, so they'll be coming out for their qualifying session very soon. So the sweeper, the bikes are going back in the paddock. The sweeper is out on track. That looks like Dennis Booth, it is indeed. So great run there for Dennis Booth. He slowed down a lot before the line, and he still jumped up the timing screens to 5th there at the minute. Again, no Darrell Tweed or Anthony McColgan, so I think see what Andy Hornby can do on this one then. Darren Duncan across the line. Darren Duncan slots into 11th. Then Corn Smith rounds Bell's Crossroads. And that looks like a wee bit wide there for Roddy Taylor and Dan Sale, but that looks like we're all back there. It looks like Sean Anderson then is going to take it. So pole for Sean, a 3:10.087. Darrell Tweed in second with 3:21.7. Paddy McColgan in third, a 3:23.6. Paul Cranston in fourth with 3:24.0. Dennis Booth in fifth with a 3:27.4. Great run there, Paul Cranston and Dennis Booth on the last lap there. If he just kept at it, he might have jumped up a wee bit further. But Kieran Brocky then in sixth, a 3:27.6. Andy Hornby in seventh, a 3:28.1. Emmett Burke in 8th, a 3:35.6. Noel Carroll in 9th, a 3:36.2. Then we have Dan Sale on the 250 GP machine in 10th, a 3:37.3. Darren Duncan in 11th, a 3:41.1. Corn Smith in 12th with a 3:43.4. Then we have Roddy Taylor in 13th, a 3:48.2. And James Rothery with a 4:09.376. So that's the way they're going to line up on the grid tomorrow. And again, the sweeper out on track. So Super Sport machines then will be up next. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be soon getting up and running once again here. Just a couple of machines that have retired around the track, just moving them off to one side, and we can get this Super Sport qualifying session up and going. So we'll not be too much longer. And just a reminder again, for anyone who's even unable to be here or who wants to see some of the action here at Bell's Crossroads, who is here in and around the track, we are streaming live on our YouTube channel, so you find all the links on our Facebook page, Commentary Corner. And it's not much, but some may say it's better than nothing, so they're listening in and watching from throughout the world, Brazil, America, Australia. So it's great to see, and they're supporting the sport that we love. And we've seen that people watching it in previous years have actually came over then, they've wanted to see, they've never seen a road race or knew about it, and they've actually joined us here at the road races, so it's bringing supporters back, and hopefully we can do something with what we have at the minute. So a lot of families listening from home. Jordan Larkin's mother, unfortunately, stuck in Spain. So Jordan Larkin, one of our newcomers here, and I'm sure she's probably got no nails left, but she's able to tune in to our YouTube and keep a wee eye on him, and we'll keep you up to date as the day goes on. And my wee son as well, Maddox. So Maddox is at home watching it on the phone. He's 6 years old, and I think we're just going to try and keep him away from motorbikes altogether with the experiences that I've had or that I've put onto him. So there's Andy Hornby actually just coming down. So he was one of the retired machines. So a shout out there to Mouse as well, one of the Musketeers. He's looking for a place to watch. So great to see so many spectators here on a Friday. So tomorrow we're going to be expecting a hell of a lot more, and the racing's going to be red hot already. Looking at these times, they're so close together, even for these classic Superbike machines. Although Sean Anderson at the minute seems to be on a league on his own. Yes, go ahead. Yes, go ahead. Just an announcement, please, for everyone in and around the track. This is a no-fly zone for drones. So the whole way around the track, please, no drones at any time here at Tandragee and around the track. So again, a reminder, no drones please, keep your drones parked. And keep them for, there's Paddy McColgan then on the Ducati. So Paddy McColgan, one of the retirees during that qualifying session. And he's at the minute third there with a 3:23.6 for Paddy. Just getting the bikes out here any second. A couple of them maybe just starting to warm up. You have to keep the engines at a good temperature, the frames at a good temperature. So again, we were just hearing there about, or we were just talking about the stalls and whatnot, and Brad Brap Moto in the paddock actually have a competition. So there's a beanie hat up for grabs. So that's a beanie hat of your choice. The first person to run up to Brap Moto and shout, "Let's go racing," wins a beanie hat of their choice. And no, you can't jump over the fence to get to this side. So the first person to run up and shout "Brap Moto" wins a beanie. And also a shout out to Harry Keys, my granda. He is watching at home. A lot of you around here will know Harry. And unfortunately, he was meant to be here tomorrow, but I think he's just too sore. His knees have given. He's done thousands of miles around these paddocks throughout the years. But again, he's able to watch from home. So hope you're well, granda, and stay off the sarsaparillas. So we're not along now until I think they're just sweeping up around the track. And the Super Sport machines will be out very, very shortly. So we'll take a wee drink, and if I hear any more, we'll be soon to let you know. So just a reminder, please, no drones in and around the circuit. So there's the Super Sport machines going out onto the track now to start their qualifying session. Darrell Tweed back out then, perhaps just pulling in early from that classic Superbike just to make sure his Super Sport machine is ready to go. Kevin Keys back out then on the R6, Michael Gahan through there, Paul Cranston and Andy Mack, Stephen Tobin, Andy Farrell as well. There's Paddy McCaulin back out. He was bussing to get back after that classic Superbike just to get back on his Super Sport machine. Next generation, of course. And here's another Ducati, the Milwaukee Ducati of Michael Dunlop. As he makes his way up towards the start line then. So there you go, the bikes away and away out on the track to start their qualifying session. Just a reminder, please, for everyone in and around the Tandragee circuit here to please be respectful of all the landowners and take your litter home with you, please. And there is bins situated around the course as well, so please, and I'm sure you as well, the road racing fraternity, the fans, the spectators, everyone, they're all very respectful. So that's just a wee reminder to please bring your litter either home or throw it into one of the bins situated around the course. So I think that being called then was the lightweight and junior pre-73 classic to the holding area for your timed practice session. Young lady getting very frustrated with that microphone. So yes, so next time qualifying session, but the first machines then, and it's Mick O'Sweeney. So Mick O'Sweeney then, first machine out through, followed by Darrell Tweed, Connor Cummins and Mike Brown on the Russell Racing Yamaha. So they start their qualifying laps then. They start to put some times on the board next time round then. Way through Stephen Tobin then. Liam Chalk, Kevin Keys, Andy Farrell all the way through. couple of Ducatis out here as well. It'll be interesting to see what way the Ducati handles around this Tandragee course. Ryan Whitehall there, closely followed by Michael Gahan. Ryan Whitehall again riding for Ian Locker this weekend. ILR, Honda and Paddock machine. Dennis Booth away through there. Paul Cranston. Andy Mack then. Just had to lift it that wee bit, Andy Mack, just before he put the power back on then. That's the number 29 then. Oh, and a whole gaggle coming through there. Just trying to move out of the way. And Paddy McColgan running a wee bit wide on the Ducati. Again, the torque of that Ducati, he's able to save it. Running a wee bit wide there was number 31. He's way on through anyway. He got it stood up and just in time. So again, Sean Anderson he's got a lot of machines this weekend. Oh, that's Michael Dunlop. Unfortunately, is retiring out of this qualifying session on the Ducati. It didn't sound like the engine was running there on the way past. He just freewheeled into the left there, so that's him out of this qualifying, unfortunately. So we're just waiting then, not long till Michael Sweeney is making an appearance here. And here he is through into Bells, closely followed by Mike Brown. The BPE Russell Racing Yamaha. Darrell Tweed on the Honda, just dropping back a wee bit. And there's Connor Cummins thumping and banging on the way past, near put the windows through here on the commentary box. As that Ducati thunders its way up the hill. So Mike Brown fastest then, a 302.8. There, Michael Sweeney in second, a 305.3. Darrell Tweed third so far, a 307.1. Connor Cummins, a 310.0. That was Stephen Tobin away through, currently in fifth. But we'll see, everything's all going to change here. Andy Farrell just ahead of Kevin Keys there, and Liam Chalk in behind him then. And as they were in that order too. Michael Gahan has got ahead of Ryan Whitehall, just trying to get that R6 Yamaha straightened out, but the Honda looks like it's on absolute rails here with Ryan Whitehall on board. No skids or wheelies just yet for Whitehall. I'm not sure whether the team boss would appreciate that on his machines. Paul Cranston up the inside of Dennis Booth then, making a wee bit of room and getting the power on nice and early. Andy Mack just having issues there, trying to get it into gear. In very tricky corner, very difficult to get down in. Nice and smooth in second gear and powering out. Emmett Burke makes his way up. On again, Sean Anderson, just a wee bit neater that time from Sean Anderson. Paddy McColgan running wide once again, just having to slip the clutch on that Ducati. He lost a lot of drive, but he's using the torque. He's putting the torque down nicely here. So Daniel Ingram across the line goes, he's 15th at the minute. So he jumps up the timing screen to 15th. That's a 325.5. So we'll see what Mike Brown can do in this next lap. Again, you have to remember, free practice earlier on this morning, and that was a welcoming announcement for the riders. It's always great to get as much track time as you can. Usually in a road race, it's you're out, you're straight into qualifying, and you've only got 5 laps. You don't have enough time really. But the machine's now heading back down towards us. Here we go then. Oh, so Mike Brown has got ahead of Michael Sweeney this time, so he's going to give him a toe. Sweeney, the back end moving about in that R6 just a wee bit as he gets the power on. Nice and early. Darrell Tweed then. Slightly slower that time from Mike Brown. Connor Cummins, I'm not sure, he ran wide there. I thought he was going back into the paddock, but he's run wide. And you get that Ducati, that Arcade Racing, Burrows Engineering Ducati turned around and back to where it's meant to be pointing. 200-point turn and away back out on the track for Connor Cummins. Lovely machine, these Ducatis. Here's Stephen Tobin once again. Oh, again, a wee bit of movement from the back end of that Kawasaki. That was a 3:12.9 that time round for Stephen Tobin. Andy Farrell has now pulled away from Kevin Keys. Kevin Keys just using the middle of the road there to tip in the Bell's Crossroads. Not so much squaring it off. A lot of riders square this corner off and able to get the drive, just like Michael Gahan here and Ryan Whitehall. So Ryan Whitehall still in behind Michael Gahan, and he's behind him on the timing screens too. Currently in 9th for Ryan Whitehall, a 3:17.0. Michael Gahan, a 3:17.0, so they are absolutely neck and neck. Sean Anderson just ahead of him in 7th with 3:16.0. But it is still Mike Brown who's fastest with a 3:02.8 as Paul Cronson goes through in the McAdoo coloured Kawasaki. Michael Sweeney, a 3:04.9. Darrell Tweed, a 3:06.6. Who was that away through? Dennis Booth is retired then out of this one. So unfortunately, Dennis Booth out of this one then. Can Paddy get this Ducati stop this time? He does. He just misses the apex, but it's not as bad. Look at the torque of that Ducati as he gets that big V-twin opened up. So Connor Cummins then a 3:10. He was slower. A 3:10.09. That was a 3:31 that time round, obviously, as he had to steer the boat and turn it the other way. But he'll be on a mission now. He's got a clear road ahead of him. So at the minute it's Mike Brown, Michael Sweeney, Darrell Tweed, Connor Cummins, Sean Anderson. It is the last lap then coming on to Stephen Tobin, Andy Farrell then in 7th. 8th is Michael Gahan. 9th is Ryan Whitehall. 10th Paul Cronson. Kevin Keys in 11th. But here's Mike Brown then. Oh, look at the front end of that Yamaha working hard on the brakes through the apex here at Bell's Crossroads. Darrell Tweed thought he was going to run a wee bit wide there that time for Darrell Tweed, but he was able to pull it back into the corner. You get the drive on nice and early then on that Honda. You can see. You can hear the junior classic machines just getting warmed up in the background. Here's Connor Cummins again. Bit smoother that time for Connor Cummins. 4th still there. 3:10.09 was as fast as that was a 3:10.5, so slightly slower that time round. Again, these riders are still trying to find the limit. They're still trying to push on a wee bit smoother that time from Stephen Tobin. The back end of that ZX6 was just moving about a wee bit too much for my comfort, never mind his. Andy Farrell then. Andy Farrell had a great run last weekend at Kyrgyzstan, fighting for a podium finish. Nearly won both races actually until I think fitness got the better of him. Here's Kevin Keys, the newcomer, currently in 11th there That was a 3:23 that time compared to his 3:18.9, so maybe run a wee bit wide somewhere. Very easy done, especially at these road ends. And you'll see a lot of this at Bell's Crossroads. So Mike Brown with the fastest lap, a 3:01.8. Michael Sweeney, a 3:04.0. Darrell Tweed, a 3:05.7. Again, they are well separated. So come the race, they would be a lot closer. Paul Cranston away through there, just looking at the map on his tank. But he knows which way to go around Tandragee here. Here's then Sean Anderson. The front end, the two Suzukis together, so Andy Mack right behind him. The front end of that machine of Sean Anderson's diving a lot under brakes. He just had to nearly adjust himself to get in through Bells. There's the Ducati of Paddy McColgan. He's really enjoying that one. So Paddy just retired into the left-hand side there with the number 8 machine. So they're on to the last lap then. They'll be pulling in here. So here Ingram again, 16th that time here now for the minute for Ingram. So there's the checkered flag then for this session for Mike Brown as he crosses the line. That was pushing hard there that time, and it shows a 1:01.232 at the minute. He is nearly 3 seconds quicker than Sweeney. Darrell Tweed a wee bit wide on the entrance to the crossroads there, but he crosses line with 3:04.5 there for Darrell Tweed. We're just waiting now. If there's any update then, can we get Michael Sweeney through? We're waiting on Connor Cummins as well, and Sean Anderson, who's currently in 5th place. Andy Mack's behind him as well. So it'll be interesting to see. Andy McAllister is in 17th at the minute. Here's Connor Cummins looking smooth and fast. Oh, Connor 4th, still holding on to that 4th place. Pops and bangs out that Ducati, shaking the comedy booth here. Here's Sweeney. I think Sweeney maybe got caught up somewhere. And he did indeed. That was a 4-minute lap there for Michael Sweeney. Stevie Tobin just away through there. Oh, Andy Farrell. Just had to lift it a wee bit, but up into 7th there for Andy Farrell. That was a 3:13. Now we're waiting to see Ryan Whitehall. He's just ahead of Michael Gahan at the minute. We'll see what he can do when he crosses the line. Here they are, Kevin Keys in behind him. And a wee wave to the boot there for Ryan Whitehall. Michael Gahan across the line. Where does he slip in then? Ryan Whitehall up into 8th place. Michael Gahan 9th. Kevin Keys 11th, he's in that group with Liam Chalk in 12th. Here's Paul Cranston. Paul Cranston is very impressive lean angle there from Paul. Sean Anderson, he's currently in 5th. Sean Anderson leapfrogs Connor Cummins and takes that 4th place at the line. So 4th fastest there for Sean Anderson. Connor Cummins demoted to 5th. Andy Mack then. So Andy Mack does jump up the timing screens, but only to 14th there. But he did improve his time, a 3:20.5. There's Noel Carroll away through. Emmett Burke just in behind. And a great run there for Kieran Brocky as well. So it looks like it's going to be Mike Brown, the fastest lap. He will be on pole, a 3:01.2. Michael Sweeney in 2nd, a 3:04.0. Darrell Tweed in 3rd, a 3:04.5. Sean Anderson just took it on the line there. 4th place, a 3:05.6. Connor Cummins in 5th, a 3:06.6. Stephen Tobin in 6th with a 3:12.9. Andy Farrell in 6th, a 3:13.0. Ryan Whitehall then in 8th, a 3:14.1. Paul Cranston in 9th, who got the better of Michael Gahan across the line. So Paul Cranston in 9th with a 3:15.7 compared to Michael Gahan's 3:17.0 there in 10th place. So Paul Cranston 1.2 seconds faster a lap than Michael Gahan. Richard McLaughlin then in 11th, a 3:13.0. Kevin Keys in 12th, a 3:18.9. Liam Chalk 13th with a 3:19.9. Andy Mack in 14th, a 3:20.5. Kieran Brocky in 15th with a 3:21.0. Paddy McColgan retired early out of that qualifying session in 16th with a 3:21.9. Daniel Ingram in 17th, a 3:22.8. Graham McAleese 18th with a 3:24.6. Owen Monaghan in 19th, a 3:26.2. Emmett Burke in 20th with a 3:26.5. So again, the time's pretty close there at the top. Sean Anderson found something on that last lap and he made it work for him. And he was able to jump ahead of Connor Cummins then. Stephen Tobin had a good qualifying session as well, as that ZX6 was popping and spitting flames through Bell's Crossroads here and dancing from the back end, and he was able to settle it down for that 6th place. So the Junior Classic machines then up next, and they're warming up on the grid. The sweeper is around the track, and hopefully we can get the machines out as well. So we'll give you a wee update just with the sweeper. Again, they are coming through doing 2 laps, so just a reminder please for everyone to jump back into their positions and get ready for the Junior Classic machines. So again, ladies and gentlemen, if you're just joining us, welcome to Around the Pound Tandragee 100. We're back, and we're back bigger and better. It's great to see so many spectators here around Tandragee. A lot of new spectators as well, a lot of new blood getting brought into the sport. And for you all at home watching on our YouTube channel, you're very welcome, and thank you so much for supporting in any way, shape or form. And a big shout out to Nipper sitting at home. I hope you're well, Nipper. Trusty spanner man from back in the day. Seems so long ago too. But I hope you're well and you enjoy the racing this weekend. So again, the Junior Classic machines just getting ready, getting warmed up in the background. And the sweeper just doing his final rounds, and we'll be back on track very shortly. Good, thanks. So here we go then. The sweeper is back and the machines, the lightweight, the junior classic machines are out on track. First machine through there, the number 6, Kyle Parks. Gives us a wee wave there. Paul McMahon, Stephen Walsh. Away through Nigel Murr. So again, changes to your programs. So number 37 is a non-runner, Bart Kenneth. And number 44, Sean Henry, in the 350 Drixon Honda, unfortunately. Non-runner. So again, a massive grid here. We have Andy Hornby, Kyle Parks, Richard Ford, Gary Hutton. Again, there's been a great race in between them four. George Stinson, Trevor Stewart, Gavin Duffy, and of course Barry Davison. We'll be expecting him to be up the point then, although he is still carrying an injury. It was a work injury, so he did a wee bit of woodworking and unfortunately had a nasty cut through the tendons of his hand. So he's been out. He's been out for most of the season, but lucky enough, he's back and he's raring to go once again. So we're just waiting to see the flags being lifted. There they go. So the machines are being let go 2 by 2. Some of them just struggling to get going there. Sometimes the problem with the classic machine, they are very difficult to get started again, especially when they are hot. And that's why you hear them warming up. They're in the warm-up area for so long and they don't want to stop them, so they just keep a slight rev on them, and then you risk oiling a plug up, and if you oil the plug up, they don't rev properly, and it's just a whole disaster, and you go around in a big circle and you do it all again. But that's just why these riders enjoy riding these bikes so much, because you do have to ride them, and you really have to ride them to get the most out of them. So just heard they're being called the senior support to the holding area. Session 10 already in your programs. So that's time practice session senior support. And remember, over 5 laps. So hopefully we're going to get some racing later on this afternoon. I haven't heard otherwise, but I'm sure we'll keep you all updated. Plenty of racing tomorrow, of course. Plenty of sunshine. And plenty of history will be made. Again, these lap records, all these wins will tally up once again. So in the junior classics then, in the 350 class, lap record is held by Colin Rogers, and that was from 1999 on the Honda. That was a 338.5 250 class. Gary Long on the W250 Suzuki, a 342.23, and that was 1997. So you think the tire technology, the carburetor technology, how good it is now, still holding lap records from 99 and 97. So the machine's then heading back towards us now. And I think Kyle Parks is usually keen to get ahead first. There he is. It is indeed Kyle Parks. The number 6 machine. Just a wee blip, just adjusting himself then on the seat of that Honda. Here we go, number 4. Andy Hornby away through. Number 51 of Andy Kildare. Stephen Walsh and Paul McMahon all the way through as well. We'll be keeping an eye on Andy Kildare on that 350 this weekend. And that was Brian Harding then, the last machine through. So remember, they're a mixture of 250cc machines and 350 machines. And hopefully we're going to see plenty of 2-strokes in through here. Phil Lunny also on his 350. Well, here's Barry Davison, number 40 machine away through on the 350, along with Terence Sampson. Terence Sampson as well is having a good weekend so far. It's come my way through us there. That's Simon Lehan. We're running a wee bit wide there, the number 24 machine, and that allowed Nigel Moore to nip up the inside. That was George Stinson. Nigel Moore then currently, he's the 8th machine away through. That was Chris Mayer. Chris Mayer then. I think, just looking there, I think Chris is the only 125 out there. So that's the wee NZ 125. Chris Merritt, the German, comes every year. Does all the road races. And in fact, a couple of years ago, I think, when Chris was going through the airport, he had, I think it was for the NZ, he had an ignition system. He had an ignition system with him in his bag. And of course, if you've ever seen an ignition system of a 250 or a 2-stroke machine, there's a lot of wires and there's a lot of colours and windings in the ignition. And of course, the inevitable happened when he got stopped by security and got a thorough search, shall we say. But that was one of his first experiences coming over here to Tandragee, and he's been coming ever since. No, not so much for the search, but for the exciting racing here at Tandragee. So we're waiting then for Kyle Parks to start putting times on these screens. That's the number 34 there. Trevor Stewart. So the machine's then starting to make their way back down towards Bells. We're just waiting for that number 6 machine. And here he is. First of the times coming up on the screens then for Kyle Parks. A 350.8 there through, but Andy Hornby has caught him visibly on track, and in time a 347.2 there for Andy Hornby, fastest so far. And just blipping down the gears, the number 51 Andy Kildare. Number 92 machine Stephen Walsh away through there. See some of these 4-stroke machines, these 350, just blipping down the gears. It helps keep the speed up on the clutch so the back end doesn't lock up. Of course, no slipper clutches with a lot of these machines. But then the opposite happens if you do that with a slipper clutch, then it prevents the slipper clutch from actually working. So you'll see that's why in the modern machines, the Superbikes, the Super Sport 600 machines, you'll not see them blipping so much down the gears. There's Nigel Moore then through Bells, heading back up for the start of his qualifying laps. But Barry Davison fastest so far with a 346.1. Andy Hornby a 347.2. Nigel Moore in third at 349.0. Oh, Gaggeron coming through here. Paul McLaughlin away through Brian Mateer as well. So Brian Mateer jumps up into 5th there. So that was Phil Shaw. Great lap there for Phil Shaw. 8th place at the minute on the wee 250 Suzuki. Oh, run a wee bit wide there. That was Linton Irwin, and he just upset Chris Mayer. Chris trying to select the gear too on that MZ. See wee skinny wheels on that machine. Definitely wouldn't hold me. So Barry Davison then, he's not too far away there. Andy Hornby second, although he's just over a second slower than Barry Davison. It's the number 12 away through of Richard Ford, currently up into 5th and fastest of the 250 so far, ahead of Brian Mateer. Mark Johnson flying there as well in 7th. He's 5th of the 350s, 7th on the road. Gareth Arnold retiring, unfortunately. So the number 83, Gareth Arnold, has pulled into the paddock. So Gareth Arnold and Kerry McCrum actually became parents there for the first time. So big congratulations to Kerry and Gareth. They've quickly found out what sleepless nights are all about. So, but congratulations to them, and hopefully we can get Gareth out in that machine later on then, and back out. Barry Davison, we're waiting on Kyle Parks, so Kyle Parks will be coming through. Let's see if he can better his time of a 350.8, not too far away considering the size of this track. So he's only a second and a half off Nigel Moore there in 3rd place. Also, Andy Hornby has got past. He's the first machine out through on track then. Kyle Parks just going to get held up a wee bit, is he? He got away with it there. So Andy Hornby with the fastest lap at 344.0, and that was with traffic. Barry Davison the 346. So Andy Hornby now over 2 seconds quicker than Barry Davison. But of course, there was a lot of traffic he had to contend with. So once Barry gets moving and gets that clear road, Nigel Moore of 3:49. But here's Andy Kildare across the line. So slower there that time for Andy. A 4:03.8, currently in 8th place compared to a 4:01. That's the number 92 machine, just running a wee bit wide there. Stephen Walsh. Here's Barry Davison. What can he do this time round? It's faster, but it's not good enough. Andy Hornby still fastest. Barry Davison second. That was a 3:45.7 that time for Barry Davison. Here's Trevor Stewart, the number 34 machine. He heads back up the hill. Nigel Moore then across the line. Better again for Nigel Moore, but he stays in that third spot at a 3:48.7. Number 64 machine, that's Paul McMahon. So Paul McMahon, I'm not sure if he's on the screens there just at the, he is 17th there for Paul at the minute. That's the number 46 of Mark Johnson. Can hardly recognise Mark Johnson there with his shiny new leathers. So he is looking very trick with them new leathers on. Mark Johnson. And that's Phil Shaw away through. Third of the 250s, but he's 10th on the road at the minute. Number 97 getting chased down by Gary Hutton. Simon Lehan and Gary Hutton then together on the road. Here's Linton Irwin, number 77 machine. Just a wee puff of smoke on the overrun of that Honda. But what will I say, no smoke, no poke with these classic machines. That's the number 12 there, absolutely flying. Richard Ford up another spot there. So up into 5th, fastest of the 250 still. That BM said 125. No quick shifters, no down blippers in these machines. You just ride your bike. You can see Chris Mayer actually using the clutch to go up the gears as well. You can hear him the whole way up the hill on that wee MZ 125 fitted with the stingers. No silencers, just pure race bike. So Andy Hornby will be appearing here pretty soon. So I get the signal there from Mr. Patterson. And we'll be seeing these lap times once again starting to plummet. Last lap was a 3:44, just over a second and a half quicker than Barry Davison. So here we go, a massive lunge there under the number 57, but it's Andy Hornby across the line. Faster again for Andy Hornby, a 3:42.0. So quicker again. That is the last lap flag out for this qualifying session. Here's Kyle Parks then. Blipping it down the gears as easy as like. A wee bit of trail braking there from Kyle Parks. So Kyle then still in that 4th place, 3:50.152. He was slower that time at 3:56, but his best at 3:50, 6 seconds slower. He might have ran wide somewhere, having some issues. Again, not so much traffic to get through. So just here and there, rider number 34 has retired. Here's Barry Davison, what can he do? Faster again, but still in second, a 3:43.774. And again, just looking down the screens here, number 34, that's Trevor Stewart. So that's number 34, Trevor Stewart has retired. Nigel Moore then, slightly tentative looking round Bell's Crossroads that time, but yet he was quicker. A 3:48.5 across the line for Nigel Moore, 3rd place so far. So Andy Hornby fastest at 3:42.0. Barry Davison in second with a 3:43.7. Nigel Moore third at 3:48.5. Kyle Parks in 4th with a 350.152. Richard Ford, fastest of the 250s, in 5th place, a 355.5. Mark Johnson in 6th. Brian Mateer 7th. Andy Kildare 8th. And here's Mark Johnson. He stays where he is there, slightly slower that time. In fact, he was 2 seconds slower that time. George Stenson and Phil Shaw, then the number 76 machine. And again, here he comes, Phil Shaw. Can he better his time? It didn't look any quicker that time round. So Phil Shaw slightly slower. That was a 4:03.1. His best at last lap was a 4:05.3. Gary Hutton there in 15th. We'll see what he can do. So here's Richard Ford. Faster again, Richard Ford, a 3:53.0. And Terence Sanson there in 14th, just demoting Gary Hutton to 15th. So Terence, that was a 4:23 compared to his best of 4:17. Gary Hutton a 4:18.183. Here's the WM said, listen to this. Lovely machine. The more noise, the more smoke, the better. So where does Chris slot in? 16th at the minute, 6th in the 250 class. Of course, he's on the 125. But he's currently 6th. Here's the checker flag then for Andy Hornby. Another fastest lap there from Andy Hornby. That was a 3:42.063. Again, just going to have to wait. Barry Davison again getting quicker and quicker each lap. Here's Kyle Parks then. Across the line, Kyle Parks, a 3:46.5 was the best he could handle. Currently in 3rd place, but we'll have to wait for Nigel Moore. A 3:48.5 was Nigel's best time, so that was a great last lap there for Kyle Parks. 2 seconds quicker than Nigel Moore. There's Davy Crawford. Across the line with a 4:24.3. So here he is then, Barry Davison. What can he do? Keep pushing, Barry. And across the line. But better again for Barry Davison, but not good enough for that pole position. 2nd place then, a 3:43.091. Not too far away. Only a second slower a lap. And of course, during the race, we will see fireworks in this class. Andy Kildare then, across the line, 8th. That was a 4:01.0. That was a good run there. Pretty close to his last lap as well. His last lap of 4:01.6. Very consistent times there for Andy Kildare. Number 92 away through there. So senior support machines then should be in the holding area. We're ready, round, waiting to go. So Nigel Moore just cruises across the line that time. That was a 4:17. So again, just maybe run wide somewhere. That looks like Malcolm Love up there, maybe, is it? So I didn't see him out. I think Malcolm maybe had retired out of that one. So again, still coming through there. Here's Phil Shaw. Phil Shaw at the minute. It looks like he's going to be 3rd of the 250s. And that was Richard Ford across the line then. 5th fastest, but 1st fastest of the 250 class. So it looks like it is. They're going to be lining up tomorrow in this order. Andy Hornby, apologies, that was close. In pole with a 3:42.0. Barry Davison in second, a 3:43.0. Then we have Kyle Parks in third with a 3:46.5. Nigel Moore fourth with a 3:48.5. Really close times there at the top, so we'll be looking for some exciting racing tomorrow. Richard Ford, that wee MZ going through there of Chris Mayer again. Richard Ford lines up in fifth, but fast as the 250s, a 3:53.0. Mark Johnson sixth with 3:56.7. Second of the 250s then lines up in seventh with 3:56.7. George Stinson in eighth with a 4-minute 0.770. Andy Kildare in ninth with a 4:01.0. Linton Irwin 10th, a 4:02.9. Phil Shaw in 11th, a 4:03.1. Stephen Walsh in 12th, a 4:06.0. Terence Sansom then 4th of the 250s in 13th, a 4:15.6. Simon Lane in 14th, a 4:16.0. Gary Hutton in 15th with a 4:18.1. Chris Mayer in 16th, a 4:18.4. Paul McMahon in 17th, a 4:22.9. Davy Crawford 18th with a 4:24.3. Brian Harding in 19th with a 4:24.7. And rounding up the top 20 is Stephen Beattie with a 4:56.2. So next up then, in a wee minute or two hopefully, we'll get the senior support machines out on track for their qualifying session. Aha. I've been flicking through the program and getting all the paper cuts. That's sick. Thanks very much. Richard Agnew with all the facts and figures and in order. Problem sometimes my program that I have to flick through it back and forward and mess about, and you get lost sometimes, but Richard does a very good job and I can just flick through what I need in order. So the recovery just back into the paddock with us then. And we're just waiting for the sweeper to complete his lap. Soon down to the crossroads along underneath us here. And hopefully we can get these machines out on track. That's the senior support machines. They've left the paddock and they're making their way up to the start line here. Keevy and Kenny. We have Kevin Lavery, Will Burchell, Frank O'Bourne, James Walsh all the way. There's Lee Hara. Michael McKinnon and Ashley Robinson as well. She's riding the R6 Yamaha, the number 79 machine. And Gary Jordan, again another R6. John Cahill, Stuart McCann, Sean Buckle. Michael Dunlop has got that Ducati up and running again. So he's out to give it another go, make sure that bike's ready. So the machine's out on track now, the flags are being waved, and again, being let go 2 at a time. Just got a wee bit darker here. I don't think it's going to come down, I think. Fingers crossed it's going to blow over. It looks a wee bit brighter there in the distance. Again, there's George Scott. It's great to see George Scott. It's great to see so many legendary riders that have raced. I was talking to him earlier and I remember George Scott racing and I was still in the pram and around the paddock. I don't think he liked that comment, but it is great to see him out here. I think George riding the number 60 machine, CBR 600, I believe. Again, great to see so many spectators here on a Friday, and believe you me, it's going to be ram-packed here tomorrow, so you make sure you get to your positions nice and early. And if you find a good spot, I would suggest staying at it, because it'll be hard to get another one. Just here and there we have a retirement. That's Franco Bourne has retired, number 54. So just here and there that he's retired at the bomb hole. So hopefully he can get that machine tucked in nice and safely. And we can continue on then with this session. It looks like the marshals are on it. The marshals doing a fantastic job. They've been busy already this weekend. So the machine's just making their way back down towards us here then. Absolutely flat out down the Market Hill Road after Cooley Hill then, on the Market Hill Road. And there's a left-hander, could be very tricky, but since then it is flat out right to Bell's Crossroads on one of these machines. So there's Keevy and Kenny on the Suzuki. Second to the Suzuki's then is James Doyle, closely followed by Kevin Lavery on the Trainers R6 Yamaha. And that's Lane Trainer then, number 98 machine. Sean Brawley on that Ducati. Lovely machine, that Ducati. I actually thought I'd seen it up for sale not that long ago. But shame if that was true. That was Sean Buckle on the R1 then. There's perhaps a wee bit of traction control working on that, or R6 should I say. That's Tom Oliver away through there with James Walsh. Here's Lee Hara, number 97 machine, wee bit wide there. That was Graham Smallwoods on the CBR 600 Honda. Just about got it stopped there. Got it stood up, so we're all starting our fastest laps again. That's the 101 of Brett McCallan, a wee bit wide. Maybe he's got more of his uncle in him than we thought. And Philip McCallan has been teaching him a thing or two around here, and we'll be keeping a close eye on Brett. He's been doing a sterling job during the short circuits, the Ulster Superbike Championship. So all the way through there, again Jordan Larkin just finding himself in a wee bit of a tussle with a group there, but can only bring him on. Number 40 away through there, along with Gary Jordan. So Michael Dunlop pulling in once again, but the bike was running this time, so that's always a good sign. So hopefully that machine is ready for tomorrow's action then. So it'll be interesting to see where Michael Dunlop lines up on the grid then for the Supersport race. Of course, if he does start from the back, he could have a real good clear road ahead of him if he doesn't hit too much traffic, which you could be near guaranteed he will. And don't forget, guys, the racing on correct the time of Keegan Kenny. Absolutely class act there around Bell's Crossroads, so smooth and fast. James Doy then still being chased by Kevin Lavery. James Doy goes fastest so far, a 3:17.3 for Doy. Kevin second with a 3:17.4. Keegan Kenny a 3:20 at time, but here's the Ducati of Sean Brawley. So Brawley away through. So Shane is currently a 3:27.2. That's Michael Mackin away through there. So McKinnon currently in 5th. Still waiting Tom Oliver and James Walsh. They were together the last time. That's the 87 of Walsh. Tom Oliver on the ZX6. So where does Tom slot in at the minute? 10th. That was a 3:37.7 for Tom Oliver. Liam Trainer in 11th and John O'Donovan in 12th. Lee Hara then, we'll expect Lee to jump up. He does indeed, up into 10th place there for Lee Hara, a 3:34.9. And a wee bit smoother this time for Graham Smallwoods, but close in behind him is John O'Donovan. So just hearing there, I'm pretty sure I heard 68 has retired. That's Roddy Taylor, unfortunately. So that's M3 Augusta has been pulled in. Jordan Larkin away through there. Stuart McCann just in behind him. Jordan Larkin slots into 11th. McCann 10th. Stuart McCann with a 3:31.6. Jordan Larkin a 3:32.5. Here's the 3:24 machine. Dean Graham doing a great job. Currently he's in the top 20. A 3:49.3 for the newcomer Dean Graham. John Cahill then. And the old trusty slipper Suzuki. And another Suzuki, very popular in this class. Of course, the senior support previously running the 750 cc's. Here's Gary Jordan then. Can he put a time on the board? Just looking down to see where he slots into. That's the number 85 then. That's Enrico Rossi away through there on the Yamaha. But James Doy fastest, we're expecting them coming through pretty soon here. Keegan Kenny, there he is. So the number 32 machine. Slightly slower through Bells that time. James Doy all over the place there as he's braking. The back end goes late. Kevin Lowry following through. Kevin Lowry, that was a 3:17.5 that time. I think you told me this last time. So the Oracle Richard just cracking me there. I think he told me this a few years ago as well. So it's actually Enrico Rocchi. Let me see. Enrico Rocchi. Great to have them. So Enrico, the Italian, over to try a bit of Northern Irish road racing. Number 94 there. Michael McCannon coming better that time. No, slower that time. That was a 3:26 compared to his best of 3:25.
Attention, time classes for the first Oakwood and Tandragee 1 hole.
So that was a call for the Tandragee 100 Open class, the Superbikes. They'll be coming out next for their qualifying session. Here's Tom Oliver then, where Tom Oliver stays in that 15th place. Slower that time from Tom. Again, Tom he also rides an R1 Yamaha that he purchased this season in the Ulster Superbike Championship, and he's right at the pointy end in the Superbike class. But there's Brett McCallum then. Where does Brett? Brett's currently in 10th there. That was better that time, a 131.1 for Brett McCallum. Yeah, so Tom Oliver, he's really taming that R1 Yamaha. And he's just decided, and fair play, he's kept the R1 at home. So Jordan Larkin through again there. He's got a tow with Stuart McCann. So McCann currently in 11th, Jordan Larkin in 13th. That last lap was a 3:36.5. Larkin's best was a 3:32.5. Here's Dean Graham then. Dean Graham across the line. Faster again there for Dean, a 3:42.1. Still holding on to that top 20. Ashley Robinson then on that lovely liveried R1, R6 should I say. And then George Scott in behind. That's Michael Hoy, the number 40 machine, currently in 19th. Let's see, a 3:41.9 there for Hoy. And then John Cahill on the Suzuki, away through. So here we go, Keevan Canny back round again, just ahead of Gary Jordan here. Number 32 away through there. James Doyle, wee bit of traffic this time round, so it might be as quick, but it is as quick and quicker. A 3:17.2 that time for James Doyle. Kevin Lavery still tucked in behind with a 3:17.3. Absolutely nothing in it between these pair. So James Doyle really bringing the newcomer Kevin Lavery on. Sean Brawley then. So Sean Brawley across the line goes fastest, a 3:14.8. That's a fantastic lap time there for Brawley on the Ducati. That's Will Birch all the way through then on the ZX6, a 3:22.9. We have the number 28 of Sean Buckle jumps up into 5th place, a 3:22.4. So close here at the top in this qualifying session. Michael McKinnon then 7th, a 3:23.3. So the last lap flag will be flown then. Last chance saloon for these riders. So number 87 of James Walsh goes through. That's John O'Donovan up into 17th then, a 3:36.6 that time round. Still a lot of riders posting fastest laps, still trying to find the limit. And to be honest, I think James Doyle has found the limit into Bell's Crossroads. Anyway, here's Tom Oliver, and closely followed by Lee Hara. So Lee Hara just trying to make a move on Tom a wee bit too early, I think, but Lee Hara goes up into 9th, a 3:27.7 that time for Lee. Lee Osprey then across the line. Oh, Lee Osprey jumps up into 11th then, a 3:30.5. Quickly demoted then by Brett McCallum across the line, who goes 11th fastest, a 3:28.7. Now we just wait, that is Stuart McCann then. Jordan Larkin has found himself back up the inside of Stuart McCann. So Jordan Larkin, that must have been a cracker of a lap time there. Where did he go? 14th of... That was a 1:31.7. Stuart McCann, a 1:31.6. So the newcomer is doing the right thing, and he's following the more experienced rider, and I think he's just had enough. So the last lap then, we can see what Jordan Larkin can do this time round. Dean Graham now looking smooth, looking fast that time round through Bell's Crossroads, so he's up into 19th place, a 3:39.4. Faster again. That's how you do it. You just chip away, you get the times, and you're just racing yourself as a newcomer then. Ashley Robinson then. Oh, here's Kavian Canny then. Oh, Guyland coming through here for the checkered flag. So Kavian Canny, fourth there at the minute. He didn't look happy about that. Kevin Lavery slowed down before the line. I think there was just too much traffic there. So James Doyle wasn't able to better Sean Brawley's time, and here he is then. He's going to cross the line. Can he better his own time? Clear road ahead of him. That was a 1:18.6 that time round. Gary Jordan was able to get tucked in behind Sean Brawley. So Enrique Rocky. ZX6 just getting it pulled over there. That was Will Birchall. Oh, number 28. Just a wee bit of movement there from Sean Buckles, the back end. Oh, and that was close out here. That was the number 94 machine across the line. That was Michael McCannon. You see the front end just squealing for grip there as he was breaking into bells. So it looks like, oh, a bit wide there. That was Liam Trainer.
Last call for time classes, first over the Kennedy 100.
John O'Donovan then across the line there for John O'Donovan, 3:32.7. Lee Hara then currently in 10th. Can he do anything across the line? Oh, stays 10th there. We'll just have to wait on Brett McCallum then. Brett's last lap was a 3:28.7. Oh, he's up in behind Lee Osprey now. So Brett McCallum goes 9th fastest, a 3:24.8 that time round. Lee Osprey 12th, a 3:28.0. So just waiting to see Jordan Larkin. Has he been able to pull away from Stuart McCann? And once again, better that last lap of his for the newcomer, 3:31.7. Oh, Stuart's got passing me in, but has he towed him along then even more? Larkin across the line. Jordan Larkin in 15th, but Stuart McCann jumps up into 13th there, a 3:29, and Larkin in 15th. So Sean Brawley then fastest. It's a 3:14.83. James Doy second, a 3:17.2. Kevin Lavery in third, a 3:17.3. Kevin Kenny in fourth, a 3:17.9. Sean Buckle in fifth, a 3:22.2. Will Birchall sixth, a 3:22.9. Michael McKinnon, a 3:23.3. James Walsh in eighth, a 3:24.5. Brett McCallum in ninth with a 3:24.5. So close there. Michael Clegg 10th, a 3:26.2. Lee Hara in 11th with a 3:22.6. Then we have Lee Osprey in 12th, a 3:22.0. Stuart McCann 13th, a 3:29.0. Tom Oliver, number 333, in 14th with a 3:29.6. Jordan Larkin in 15th, a 3:29.9. Graham Smallwoods on the Honda in 16th, a 3:31.2. John O'Donovan 17th, a 3:32.7. Liam Trainer in 18th with a 3:32.8. Dean Graham up in the 19th there on the last lap of 3:35.6. And Noel Smith rounds up the top 20 with a 3:36.5. Next up then is the big one, the Open Tandragee 100 qualifying session, and we'll get some Superbikes out on track very shortly. So that's the sweeper coming back with the passenger. Probably the fastest Uber he'll ever have. So the Superbike's then in the holding area, just waiting to come back out now. It shouldn't be too much longer. here we go now, the gate is opened and the Superbikes are making their way out onto the track for their qualifying session. The next session then after this will be the junior support. If you can get yourselves ready, please, in the holding area. That's session 11 in your program, junior support. But the Superbikes are out now. So Connor Cummins then making his way up the hill with Mike Brown, Darrell Anderson, Joe Yeardsley, Marcus Simpson, Dennis Booth, and there's Richard McLaughlin, Sean Anderson on the Suzuki. So the machines all ready away to start their qualifying session. Few changes to the program. Unfortunately, we don't have any James Chalk, that's number 10. Number 25, Blank Almeric. Number 51, Bradley Hughes. Number 86, Derek McGee. And it says here number 109, Neil Kernahan. But we'll keep an eye on that. And Owen Monaghan has changed his number from 116 to number 45. So you can jot that down in your programs then. Like that's then Mickey D, then the last machine away. So fastest qualifying lap ever for the Superbikes was Derek Shields on the Suzuki. That would have been with the Burrows Engineering Tail 2:59.4. And the outright lap record again held by Dan Neen on the BMW. That was back in 2018, a 2:55.5. So we'll be keeping an eye on both them lap times. So just here and there, number 35, unfortunately, is a retirement already. That's Daniel Ingram. Number 35 is a retirement rider, is okay. So here we go then. So it's Mike Brown. So fast, straight out of the blocks there on the Russell Racing R6 Yamaha. Connor Cummins then, on the Burrows Engineering RK Racing BMW. Oh, you can just hear them throttles splitting as he gets the power down on that BMW. Marcus Simpson then is in a good position, and Neil Kernahan is indeed. It says here Neil Kernahan is non-starter, but he is. Michael Sweeney then away through. Joe Yeardsley away through on the Aprilia. That's the number 88. Barry Fuber, Stephen Tobin. Back out, spitting flames in this session then. Liam Chalk. One of the Chalk twins then, the number 44 machine away through. That's Ryan Whitehall on his own R1 Yamaha. Andy Farrell then on his ZX6. Kevin Keys on the Daracore Racing Fireblade. We have Paul Cranston then. And Cleary, Dermot Cleary away through. So next machine through then is Emmett Burke, Dennis Booth. Anderson's going on straight, so Darrell Anderson having issues with that R1. Graham McAllister, the Lima Valley man, away through. So unfortunate there already for Darrell Anderson. Again, new machinery this season. A few teething problems, obviously. Here's Sean Anderson. No such issues for Sean. You see that dashboard flicking in the distance there, is lighting up like a Christmas tree as the back end of that Suzuki grips to the tarmac. Michael Dunlop then in through Bell's Crossroads. Oh, just having to stand it up a wee bit earlier there to get the power down. So Mike Brown then having a good weekend so far here at Tandragee. So he was fastest in the Super Sport class. This is going to be a good lap here then. That was a 3:03. He's already been out on that machine today. His qualifying for the Super Sport was a 3:01.232. Connor Cummins away through there. See, where's Connor Cummins at 3:03.1, so not too far away off that time of Mike Brown. Remember, Mike Brown is on a Super Sport 600 machine compared to these 200 plus horsepower Superbikes. Marcus Simpson in a great position there in behind Michael Sweeney, the newcomer, getting tagged along. Joe Yearsley currently in fourth. So Mike Brown a 3:03.0. Connor Cummins a 3:03.1. Michael Sweeney a 3:03.1 as well. Barry Fruber away across the line then, followed by Stephen Tobin, still holding on to the back end of Fruber. Again, Tobin could be struggling on that Super Sport machine. Here's Ryan Whitehall, Liam Chalk, Michael Gahan and Andy Farrell all together there. Kevin Keys then. Kevin Keys on the Fireblade, chasing them down. Noel Carroll and Paul Cranston just having a shut off there, ran a wee bit wide on the exit of that. Dermot Cleary then on the Suzuki. Kevin Keys then currently in 8th. It was a 3:14.3 that time. Andy Farrell just ahead, 3:14.2. They're all together on track. Ryan Whitehall as well, 3:15.8. Barry Fruber, 3:15.9. Here's Boothie, a 3:26.3, 17th so far. And that's Graham McAleese, 3:24. And McLaughlin away through there too. Where's Richard fall into 13th place, a 3:18.4 for McLaughlin. Number 69 machine then. And Michael Dunlop across the line then. Fastest a 3:01.9. Mike Brown second a 3:03. So just over a second faster That's a 301.9, 303.0. Connor Cummins third. Here's Mike Brown. Can he better the time then? I'm sure he can. He can, a 301.7. Michael Dunlop second, a 301.9. Connor Cummins, a 303.1. We'll be expecting him very, very soon here. We'll see what he can do. And he's looking sharp this time round. Nice and smooth. Back in that BMW into Bell's Crossroads. Oh, that was a 3:10. Maybe making a mistake. A lot of traffic. Michael Sweeney away through. Goes fastest. A 3:0960 for Michael Sweeney. Marcus Simpson then. Marcus Simpson, 6th at the minute. Just behind Sean Anderson. Neil Kernahan goes through. So Neil Kernahan, that was a 3:11.1 for Neil Kernahan, the number 109 machine. So Neil Kernahan's old previous machine will be coming here very shortly, and that's piloted by Ryan Whitehall. Stephen Tobin then, away through just ahead of Barry Fruber now. Barry Fruber getting the power down a wee bit easier with these 600 machines getting out of the road ends. You have to stand these Superbikes up. So here he is, sliding into Bell's Crossroads. Ryan Whitehall goes up into 10th place. Andy Farrell still ahead of him just, and he's ahead on the road of Michael Gahan this time. Liam Chalk then. Liam Chalk just dropping back off that group. The number 44 machine, 18th at the minute. Kevin Keys on the Fireblade then. Across the line, where does he slot in? Stays in that 11th, a 3:14.3. Paul Cranston, 15th, a 3:17.9. Noel Cowell and Dermot Cleary is catching Cowell then on the road. He has to get past fast. It's okay catching somebody on the road. The problem is getting by them. A lot of the riders, if they're in a group, they can slow each other up. You hear, even on TV, BSB, MotoGP, any sport, Formula One, if you catch someone in front of you, you have to concentrate on the next corner. If you're concentrating on the rider in front, you're only slowing down to their pace. Dennis Booth then, number 26, across the line. He's not coming up on our timing screens there. There's Graham McAleese, currently in 19th place. Sean Anderson across the line. A wee bit of traffic for Sean. But he's currently in 5th then, a 3:05.1. He's got a lot of traffic to go through. Popping and banging, it is the BMW of Michael Dunlop. Across the line. Again, a lot of traffic to contend with there that time. But he's got a bit of a clear road ahead of him now. That was a 3:25.3 that time round for Michael Dunlop. He's staying in that 3rd place. So Michael Sweeney fastest at the minute from Mike Brown. Michael Dunlop in 3rd. Connor Cummins 4th. Sean Anderson in 5th. Marcus Simpson 6th. Joe Yearsley 7th. Oh, Michael Sweeney running wide there at Bell's Crossroads. And he has to spin that BMW around. That was Connor Cummins away through there. Still a 3:07.3 from Cummins. Sweeney not happy with himself. He's just pulling over now. So Michael Sweeney looks like he's retiring out of this qualifying session. So Michael Sweeney back up into the paddock. He is fastest at the minute. So last lap then, can Mike Brown better Sweeney's time? He needs to find nearly a second. Michael Dunlop, no traffic to contend with this time for Michael Dunlop. So is this going to be a last lap dash then? So there's the last lap flag out for Stephen Tobin. Barry Fruber and on the Fireblade. You just hear the traction control just kicking in ever so slightly. And there's Captain Encino across the line as he backs that R1 into Bell's Crossroads. Up into 9th place then for Ryan Whitehall. Oh, Michael Gahan, number 222, is a retirement into the paddock then. Liam Chalk on the Suzuki. So Liam goes up into 17th place, a 3:19.3. Kevin Keys looking sharp and as quick as ever. 12th place there still for Kevin Keys, a 3:14. As Paul Cranston now up into 14th place ahead of Michael Gahan, a 3:15.7 for Paul Cranston. And remember, we'll see Paul Cranston then. That was his fastest lap there on the 4th lap. So again, just chipping away, getting them times down. We're waiting here now for Mike Brown. Well, here's Sean Anderson then on the Suzuki. Again, just lifting the back end up. He's got a clear road now. A 3:08.3 that time compared to a 3:05 was his best. Graham Rock. Here's Michael Dunlop still chipping away through traffic, but has he done enough? He has. Fastest there for Michael Dunlop. That's a 2:58.174 for Michael Dunlop. Oh, Mike Brown then just across the line. He takes the checkered flag. So Michael Dunlop has another chance at it here, but it looks like he will take that pole position unless Connor Cummins has something up his sleeve here in this lap. Here we go then, Connor Cummins taking the checkered flag. Can he better a 3:03? No, a 3:08 that time again for Connor Cummins. He done his fastest lap on the 2nd lap, a 3:03.1. It was a 105-mile-an-hour lap there for Connor Cummins. Marcus Simpson across the line. Here's Neil Kernahan just ahead of Joel Yeardsley on the road, but Yeardsley takes it in time on the Aprilia. So we'll have to wait to see what Ryan Whitehall, Andy Farrell, the two of them have been up and down the timing screens, passing each other, and they've been with each other on the track. Barry Fruber across the line there, so Stephen Tobin gets the better of him in 11th, Barry Fruber in 12th, Andy Farrell then alone, there's Ryan Whitehall. Andy Farrell across the line, Ryan Whitehall stays where he is in that 9th place, and Andy Farrell 10th. Oh, Kevin Keys up the inside of Liam Chalk there. Liam on the Suzuki. Very lonely qualifying session there. Here's Paul Cranston on the ZX6. Cranston, I must see, 14th there for Paul Cranston then. A 3:14.4 on the 600. Here's Dermot Cleary. Across the line with the front wheel up for Dermot. So Dermot Cleary 18th, a 3:19.6. Sean Anderson still nipping away at traffic. That was Noel Carroll then. So Sean Anderson, where does he go? He is currently in 15th there, a 3:03.1 that time. That was his fastest lap on the last lap. Dennis Booth then, across the line. Junior support machines are lining up in the holding area. That's Graham McAleese just pulling into the paddock. Emmett Burke then across the line. So it looks like then Michael Dunlop takes pole position, a 2:58.1. Michael Sweeney in second, a 3 minute 301.960. Mike Brown in third at 301.7. Connor Cummins in fourth at 303.1. Sean Anderson in fifth at 303.1. Marcus Simpson sixth at 307.0. Joe Yeardsley on the Aprilia in seventh at 307.6. Neil Kernahan in eighth at 309.8. Ryan Whitehall in ninth at 309.8. Andy Farrell 10th at 310.3. Stephen Tobin in 11th with 312.8. Barry Fruber in 12th at 312.8. Kevin Keys in 13th at 312.9. Paul Cranston in 14th at 314.4. Michael Gahan in 15th at 316.5. Richard McLaughlin in 16th at 318.4. Liam Chalk 17th at 319.3. Dermot Cleary 18th at 319.6. Graham McAleese in 19th with 320.3.
Quick announcement from the Paddock folks. Just to let you know that the Injured Riders Welfare Fund has just received registered charity status. This will be amazing for them. They'll be able to apply for funding and get assistance that they will all need. You can still buy raffle tickets down at the Paddock for a lovely portrait of Joey Dunlop's helmet. If you can make your way down here if you want to do that. We also have plenty of merchandise on sale. There's a few bits and pieces left, so don't miss out on that. And we also have some badges from the Tandragee Supporters Club. So we're looking forward to having you down here after the race.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, just here and there will be a 30-minute delay. That's a 30-minute delay, so a lot of the residents coming home from work, looking to get home, that live in and around the circuit, and give them a wee chance to park up after a long week. I'm sure you would agree. But so it'll be a 30-minute delay, and we'll keep you updated with any times and whatnot. We'll be back with you very soon.
You ready for grub yet? No.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, shouldn't be too much longer now before we get proceedings underway once again. And it looks like all the residents and whatnot have made their way round. And just a reminder for any of the riders, if you're waiting on any machines, there were multiple recovery vans out there. And again, doing a great job picking up all the machines. And if you weren't there to collect your bike, it will be left at the front of the Paddock gate. So if you're missing a bike, you will find it at the Paddock gate, the Paddock entrance. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, they're just doing the final checks around the track now. And again, if you're just joining us, welcome to Around the Pound, Tandragee 100. for the first time in 3 years. It is fantastic to be back here, and it's warm. At the minute it's dry, so Barra Best has promised us great weather for tomorrow. I can't remember the last time I was stood outside in a t-shirt at Tandragee. So this is definitely this weekend. Yes. Definitely lap record weekend here. Jenny Gartland getting her steps up this weekend as well. So the recovery vans just making their way back up towards the start line, and the machines will be out on track very, very shortly here. We're now at the junior support time practice session. This is session 12 in your programs. And again, there has been some changes to the program. So I'll just have to flick through the mountain of paperwork here just at the minute. So changes in the program then. In the junior support, number 21, unfortunately there will be no Robert O'Neill. Number 62, Aidan Cleary. Number 95, Connor McGuire. Unfortunately, he is no longer in the program. 113, Callum Pert. And number 189, Christopher Ganley. So unfortunately they've been stroked off the program. Now Neil Kernahan was stroked off the Superbike earlier on, and he was in it. So we'll just keep a wee eye when the machines go out on track, just to confirm that. Here we go then. I think the machines were more or less ready to go then to continue on with this qualifying session.
There we go. Long take a minute.
Oh, gentlemen.
And look, this gets no free.
Stop it. Flipping act.
I don't say that before, just in case. I hear that coffee's in the big. Like, just in case, like, you don't know.
I know.
There,
Oh,
see you
God.
later on. And he's left arm. They're getting to it, mate.
Let me see. So just hearing there, the sweeper is at Cooley Hill and will be with us very, very shortly. So the machines are heading out onto the track now. This is a junior support class. So you'll see it is primarily 650 Super Twin machines. And Chris Mayer entered on the 250 Honda. It'll be great to see that lovely machine, Grand Prix machine, out on track. So there's the machines now making their way out onto the track. Ian Canny, Kevin Lavery, Frank O'Bourne, Roy Wurst, Lee McGavick, James Walsh, Sean Brawley, Eamon McKeown, Brian Loughlin, Lee Osprey, and there is Chris Mayer on the 250 Honda. It's great to see proper Grand Prix machines still circulating around here at Tandragee. So the machines now heading out off onto the track to start their qualifying session. This is the junior support class. So following the junior support will be the Super Twins. Session 13 in your program will be up next then. If the Super Twins want to make their way to the holding area, I can hear them warming up in the background already. So just warming them up nice and early, making sure that optimal temperature, not only the engine but the frame as well. So the frame, the whole bike has to be nice and balanced. The temperature has to be correct. And then of course they've got their tyre warmers, warm plenty of heat to make sure they've got heat in the rim, not just the tyre. So a good 45 minutes or so for most of these slicks minimum. And of course as soon as they come straight back in, they have to put them straight back onto the tyre warmers, just so they don't harden, because the problem is the tyres, if they cool down too quickly, they can harden and they can lose. They can lose all that compound grip then. And that's why sometimes you see tyres that are very blued and overheated and it's cooled down far too quickly. And then that's basically the tyre, you might as well just throw it out then. At your nearest recycling centre, of course. So Lee McGavick, Dave Walsh, John Cahill, Stuart McCann, Keegan Canny, Sean Leonard, Kevin Lavery, Michael Hoy, Brian Loughlin, Dale Brew, all out on track. Lee Osprey, Shane Carroll, Malcolm Love, Frank O'Bourne, Roy Wurst, Stephen Boyce, Chris Gray, Ben Mullen, Ashley Robinson and James Walsh. So here we go then, the machines into sight now, and that's Franco Bourne then across the line from Keegan Canny tucked in behind him. The number 87 there of James Walsh on the Aprilia. LR Kawasaki of Kevin Lavery. And keep an eye on this man, Sean Brawley. Sean Brawley topping the time sheets in the senior support on this Ducati. And he'll be looking to do much the same here in the junior support on his Aprilia. Very Italian orientated team. William Burchell, Roy Worst, and Nick Healy all the way through. And there's Lee McGavick on the Stone Mint Aprilia, the Flying Olive, making his way around for the first of his qualifying laps. James Doy then. James Doy just getting that ride at the last minute. So Davey Hamilton very kindly offered him the DHR 650 Super Twin. That Super Twin is some piece of kit. Lee Osprey then. So Lee Osprey on the Tracy Mullen racing machine. That was Chris Gray away through there on the GOM Racing ZXR Kawasaki. And 61 then. 61 Stephen Boyce on the 690 KTM. Very exotic looking machine for a road race. Malcolm Love on the 250 Honda. Just ahead of, not anymore. So Ashley just getting the better there of Malcolm Love. John Cahill, it's just in behind John Cahill is Chris Mayer then. Just a slight wee slip of a clutch there for the 250 Honda. So then Franco Bourne this weekend already looking fast on the Cowton Racing, and here he is. The number 54 machine across the line then. Keegan Canny still with him. Slightly off the pace that time, but still pretty close to him. The bark of that machine of Kevin Lavery's just nipping the limiter there. It doesn't sound like it's revving too much. He may have a setting programmed into the ECU just to keep the revs down, just to keep the bike safe. So Kevin Lavery fastest at the minute. Sean Brawley in second, Franco Bourne third, Keegan Canny in fourth. Fifth is James Walsh then. Number 491, William Burchell away through. Very Supersport 400 sort of style firing on the front of that machine. Again, all these bikes, maybe apart from the Aprilias, they all look different. You can retrofit really any fern onto these bikes or get your own made. I've seen some MotoGP ferns onto these. And the same as this one that James Doy is on. So the front of that fern is actually based around the American Superbike Championship, the R6. It's very special. Has the wings tucked into the front of it. It has also has very trick brakes on the front of it as well. So Tom Oliver goes across the line there, very briefly went 8th, but Michael McCannon back on track, and he's back on form, up into 8th place there at 3:31. So Dale Brew across the line then. Number 13 Lee, or 45 Lee Osprey in 13th at 3:39.0. That was Jack Mears, number 108, up into 17th place then at the minute at 3:52.1. So Kevin Lowry, fastest so far. That was Jason Whelan, number 280 away through there. Just seeing, I think that was Michael Hoy, just trying to scurry the bike on a wee bit. Ashley Robinson then. Stuart McCann just tucked in behind. Stuart McCann up into 15th place then, just ahead of Jason Whelan. Jason Whelan, the back end of that 650 of Jason's, looking very soft indeed. There's a lot of squatting going on here, just coming out of Bell's Crossroads. Chris Mayer looking down the right hand side of his machine. Just still keeping an eye on them wee bikes. There's number 32 away through Keegan Canny, had to shut off there. So he wouldn't run it into the grass. So Kevin Lowry back around again, faster again, a 3:19. A 3:19.5 for Kevin. Sean Brawley. Was it a 3:20 then for Brawley on the last lap? Oh, on the brakes there, just shuddering. Here he goes across the line then. A 3:33 that time compared to a 3:20, so he's maybe ran wide somewhere one of the road ends. You see the front end of that machine just chattering underneath him. That is not what you want at this stage in qualifying. Just pushing a wee bit harder than what he was during free practice. And that's what happens. The whole bike changes, the whole geometry changes, and you have to set everything back up again for the racing later on. But it's tricky because you're straight into the racing then tomorrow. 1:36. That was John O'Donovan away through there. So here's James Doy. He's currently in 7th. He's up into 5th now on the DHR 650. 3:23.6 that time for James Doy. He's out in his own. He hasn't really got anything to judge himself off. And he's just doing his own thing out there, getting used to that bike. This is the first time he's been out in the machine here at Tandragee, or at all actually. But Kevin Lowry still fast, is 3:19.5. Sean Brawley at a 3:20.2. And there's Lee Hara on the Aprilia. Where does Lee Hara slip into 11th at the minute at 3:37 for Lee Hara. Dave Walsh then in 12th. 3:39.0. Here's Lee Osprey then. Oh, nice move there, Lee Osprey. He just nearly ran out of room, so he decided, I'm going to bank it over a wee bit more. So he's took that tire to the limit here then. Jack Mears then, 18th so far for Jack, was a 3:43.8. Next machine's out on track then, the Super Twins. So the Super Twins are well into the holding area now. Still Keaton Canny through there, 3:22.8. James Doy at 3:23.6. James Walsh at 3:24.8. Again, Ashley Robinson then. That looked like Ashley Robinson. He's riding the AR Racing Suzuki, SV Suzuki. There's number 32 again. All Kavian Canny stays in that 4th place then. Way through, that's Chris Mayer, Kevin Lavery, Malcolm Love. Again, Sean Brawley through now. So Sean goes fastest, a 3:17.6 for Brawley. Kevin Lavery demoted to 2nd so far. So the last lap flag then. They have one chance, one more chance to better their time. Sean Brawley, fastest from Kevin Lavery. Frank O'Bourne in 3rd. Kevin Canny. Let's see, Frank O'Bourne. Kevin Canny in 4th. James Doyle then in 5th. James Walsh 6th. Will Burchell so far in 7th. Michael McCannon in 8th. Tom Oliver 9th. And John O'Donnell in 10. Here's James Doyle in. Does he better his time? He does better his time, but he stays in that 5th position at the minute. Lee Harrod still in that 11th so far, 3:37.1. Lee Osprey 12th with a 3:38.0. Dave Walsh 13th with a 3:39.0. Dale Brew then 14th, a 3:42.2. Here's the number 94 machine away through, that's Michael McKinnon. Still getting quicker, up into 7th then, a 3:26.3. Lee Harrod cross up into 9th place now for Lee Harrod. That was a good lap. A 3:31.8 for Lee. Here's Dave Walsh. I think that's a number 7 on the front of it. As he crosses the line there. Lee Osprey then across the line, number 45. On the Tracy Mullen machine. Again, the number 43 away through of Dale Brew. Another Aprilia 660 machine. So Dale Brew currently in 14th. 3:41.6. Here's Jack Mears again. What can he do across the line? 18th. Still holding on to that 18th. Slightly slower that time. That was a 3:44.7. So that was Roy Wurst across the line. Roy Wurst across the line there, just having issues with that machine, just can't seem to get it. Doesn't seem to have the grump coming out of the corner. And that's number 118 there, Eamon McCune. Away through there, so across the line then, checkered flags out. So just hearing there that number 43 has retired unless it's stopped around the circuit. Oh, way wide there. A couple of them way wide, taking a wee bit of a grass tracking route. But back up and all okay then. So the machine's getting back into the paddock. So Sean Brawley, Frank O'Bourne had retired out of that as well. So Sean Brawley looking like he's going to be fastest. Just have to see Kevin Canny across the line. James Doyle will be waiting on then. He would have to put a phenomenal lap in there if he wants to get near Sean Brawley. There he is across the line, James Doyle, still holding on to that 4th place. He was faster that time, though. I was a 3:22.2. Franco Bourne just ahead of him with a 3:22.0, so absolutely nothing in it at all. But it does look like then it will be Sean Brawley who takes pole from Kevin Lavery. Sean Brawley a 3:17.684. Kevin Lavery a 3:19.5. Franco Bourne then in third, a 3:22.0. James Doy fourth, a 3:22.2. Gideon Canny in fifth with a 3:22.8 at the checkered flag. James Walsh then sixth with a 3:24.8. You see there, that was Lee Hara across the line. William Birchall then in seventh, a 3:25.6. Michael McCannon 8th with 3:26.3. Here's Dave Walsh then, and Lee Osprey in behind him still. So much corner speed Lee Osprey carries through Pell's Crossroads. The lean angle he's able to use on that Kawasaki. So Lee McGavick then across the line. Michael McCannon then 8th, a 3:26.3. Lee Hara 9th with a 3:31.0. Lee Osprey in 10th with a 3:33.4. Tom Oliver 11th with 3:36.1. John O'Donovan, Tom Oliver in 11th, a 3:36.1. John O'Donovan in 12th with 3:37.0. Dave Walsh 13th at 3:38.7. Stuart McCann 14th with 3:41.5. 15th was Dale Brew with a 3:41.6. Chris Mayer 16th with a 3:42.1. Brian Loughlin 17th at 3:43.2. Jack Mears 18th with a 3:43.4. Jason Whelan 19th at 3:43.8. And Ashley Robinson rounds up the top 20 with a 3:44.2. So Super Twins coming up next then. You can hear them warming up behind us. And the sweeper, don't forget, will be round in 2 laps, come back round, and then the Super Twins will be out on track.
Huge thanks to everyone so far for your purchase of merchandise, and we still have a few bits and pieces in the shop. Not sure what we will left for tomorrow. So come along and support the Tandragee 100. And we also have the raffle still available for the Injured Riders Fund. That's available inside. And if you want to join the Tandragee 100 Supporters Club, it's only £15 per year. And you also have your free badge and sticker when you come along to the shop. Thank you.
So yes, ladies and gentlemen, please don't forget to come round and visit the paddock. You can come round and see all the riders, and also please support anyone with stalls. Have a wee look and see what you can buy. Bring some merchandise home with you, and of course join the Tandragee 100 Supporters Club. Although when I went in there, I didn't get a free badge and sticker. I just got told to remove myself. I was getting in the road. No, but they're brilliant down there, and I'll have a wee nosy and hopefully get myself a wee t-shirt. So please come along and support the Tandragee 100 for their future events, and we can get back here next year then. But we'll concentrate on the present. So the sweeper doing the final lap, and these machines, the Super Twins, will be out on track here very shortly indeed. So the sweeper just at Cooley Hill there. And just got a message from Bill Kennedy from the Armoy Motorcycle Club. For any of the competitors here, Armoy entries need to be in by Sunday. So Sunday evening is the closing date for the entry. So any competitors out there that need or want an entry, please get them in by Sunday evening. The programme's going to print first thing on Monday morning. And if anyone needs an entry, they can go to the AMRRC website and fill it in online. So here we go then, the machines making their way out onto track. Mark Johnson there, just stretching the legs. Super Twins again, loads of Super Twins, loads of newcomers in the Super Twin class. And a lot coming from the previous qualifying session there. The junior support, of course, they are eligible to enter the Super Twin class as well. Darrell Anderson then out for a wee run on the R1. He did retire from the qualifying session earlier on, and he's just making his way around, going to be doing a lap. He just has to make sure that machine is in top tip shape. Can't even speak. It's been a long day. So Dale Brew, Ian Locker, Lee McGavick, Andy Hornby, Dave Walsh, Paddy McColgan, all out on track here. Des Butler, Joe Yeardsley, Stuart McCann, Kevin Canny, Daniel Ingram, Dale Brew, Liam Chalk, Lee Osprey, Mark Johnson, Darrell Tweed, Nigel Moore, Michael Sweeney, Roddy Taylor, Ben Mullen and Ashley Robinson, all out on track. Next up then is the Senior Classics qualifying. Again, they'll be making their way to the holding area. Super Twin lap record held by Adam McLean, a 3:04.3, and that was in 2018. 104 mile an hour lap there from Adam McLean. So they should be coming out towards Cooley now and back out onto the Market Hill Road. We'll be seeing them here very shortly, no doubt. We'll keep a wee eye out with Ian Locker. He's on form, had a good run there, posting some great times as well around Oliver's Mount. So again, road racers, they're just always chasing times. They're always racing themselves. Once they get in, what time is that? My personal best. Ian Locker on the pattern. Loads of different array of machinery out here. Pattons, Aprilias, Suzuki's. Great to see the Suzuki still circulating around, racing. They are an older machine, but they're proving their worth as Joe Yeardsley goes through. First machine out on the road, followed by Marcus Simpson and Neil Kernahan. Oh, big move there, Darrell Tweed getting the power on a wee bit too early there on that Aprilia and near putting him out of the seat, but he kept the power down. That's Ian Locker, followed by his teammate Ryan Whitehall. There's just under a wee bit of pressure there from Barry Fruber. Ian Locker is the man. So Ian Locker, the man to follow in this one for Ryan Whitehall. Here's Mark Johnson then. Across the line, number 46 was seen, followed by Will Virgil, Keenan County, Roddy Taylor, Paddy McColgan then. Number 9 machine away through there is Des Butler, Michael McCannon and Noel Carroll right in behind. So again, Super Twins out on their qualifying laps now. So we do have a red flag, unfortunately. So unfortunately that is a red flag there. And if we hear anything, we will surely let you know. We'll keep you updated. But for now, we are under a red flag situation, so all spectators, please stay where you are unless otherwise told to. And we'll bring you an update as soon as we have anything.
Brap Moto are proud sponsors of Commentary Corner. Located at 5 Lisburn Road, Moira, the former Motor Shocks building, this is the place to go for something different. Only open 2 hours a week to the public, Wednesday 6 p.m. till 8 p.m. Everyone is very welcome to drop in and check out the weekly change in stock ranging from mopeds to fireblades. Davey from Brap Moto is looking for all types of motorbikes, vintage, classic, sports bikes to damaged end-of-life bikes for dismantling. Also job lots of bike spares. Top cash prices paid, in particular looking for good, clean road bikes of any age. Brap Moto is proud to support many racers on the roads and the short circuits.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, just hearing there that the Super Twins will now go after the Senior Classics for their qualifying session. So next up will be the Senior Classic machines, followed by the Super Twins, and then the lightweight qualifying. Now, slight delay, they are clearing up out on track. There was an exhaust bracket that was found. So there's an exhaust bracket that had came off a motorcycle there at Bell's Crossroads. I think it was on the last lap there. So if you are missing an exhaust bracket, hopefully you're not missing the whole exhaust. So if you can come down and you pick it up here from the marshals at Bell's Crossroads. So just hearing there, ladies and gentlemen, there will be a further 15-minute delay. So a further 15-minute delay. There is a slight mizzle coming on here, and I think it may just linger, so please, a couple of umbrellas going up there if you keep yourselves dry. Lucky enough, it is still warm, so if it does ease off, the track will dry very, very quickly. But just a reminder that the classic machines will be out next, followed by the Super Twins then to restart their qualifying session, just to give them a wee break and to calm down a wee bit. So the 15-minute delay, and we'll get back to you with an update then. The remainder of the Super Twins then just making their way around back into the paddock, and again we'll update you when we have anything. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, just hearing on the radio here, unfortunately there will be a further 15-minute delay. That's a further 15-minute delay. So senior classics will be out and we're aiming for 7 o'clock. So 7 o'clock start for the qualifying session. And we will update you if anything changes, but it is for now a further 15-minute delay.
Brap Moto are proud sponsors of Commentary Corner. Located at 5 Lisburn Road, Moira, the former Motorshocks building, this is the place to go for something different. Only open 2 hours a week to the public, Wednesday 6 p.m. till 8 p.m. Everyone is very welcome to drop in and check out the weekly change in stock, ranging from mopeds to fireblades. Davey from Brap Moto is looking for all types of motorbikes, vintage, classic, sports bikes, to damaged end-of-life bikes for dismantling. Also job lots of bike spares. Top cash prices paid, in particular looking for good, clean road bikes of any age. Brap Moto is proud to support many racers on the roads and the short circuits.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we should be able to up and run later, or pretty soon. Yet there's the recovery van just heading back now. So, as far as I'm aware, we should be getting up and going pretty soon. So, if the classic machines, please, if you're already in the holding area, fantastic. If you're not, can you please make your way to the holding area as soon as possible? And we'll get things up and running here pretty soon. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, so the sweeper is out on track. And we should soon get things up and going. So the senior classic machines, if you can return to the holding area if you're not already there. And again, the sweeper is out on track, so the senior classic machines will be out on track very shortly to start their qualifying session. A few changes to the program then, according to the sheet I have here. So Barry Davison, number 40, is stroked out at the minute, and James Chalk, number 10, isn't here. So Barry Davison and James Chalk stroked out of the program for this senior classic, but we'll keep a wee eye on the number 40 machine just to make sure. Okay, folks, so the sweeper is on his way back down Market Hill Road, and it'll soon be with us, so the machines will be going out on track any second now. Fastest qualifying laps, not sure, wee bit of a missile there this afternoon, so I don't think we're going to be close to it, but the fastest qualifying laps was held by Andy Hornby on the Triumph. That was a 3:34.0, and that was the last time we were here in 2022. So the sweeper is back and the machines are heading out on track now. Sean and Leonard, they are very noisy, so bear with us please. And that's Mark Johnson there. Sean Leonard, Ian Thompson, Liam Chalk. Andy Kildare. Mark Johnson just adjusting his knee sliders there on the way past, getting himself comfortable. So Brian Loughlin, Castle Blaney man on the 750 BMW. Very rarely you see a BMW classic machine on track. Great to see again. So many manufacturers out. And there's another BMW on track in the shape of Connor Cummins. So again, a few issues during qualifying. He's just going to iron them out a wee bit. And I'm sure Arnie is working hard in the background, swapping and changing springs and preload, compression. It's all really a dark art. But Mark Arnott knows exactly what he's doing in that team. And the rider believes in him, so just go around one lap and see how the bike's handling here. He'll hold back a wee bit, of course, just to get a good blast at it before this qualifying session really kicks in. Stephen Beattie there, making his way up to the line. I think that's Malcolm Love. Just at the back of that group, perhaps. So Claxon machines. So just here and there, unfortunately, number 44, Liam Chalk, has retired already in this qualifying session. So he's just putting the machine in a safe position and making his way back down the road. So that's 44, Liam Chalk, unfortunately, has retired from this one. So again, a mixture of 750cc machines, 500cc machines. And of course we have the Bob Jackson Norton, the 920, ridden by Richard Ford. Keep an eye on Richard Ford, he's been on form there, and Andy Hornby as well. So Andy Hornby riding the 750 Triumph. So here we go, first machine into sight then at Bell's Crossroads is Andy Hornby. And Andy Kildare then has Andy Hornby in his sights, so this looks good for Andy. Ian Simpson then on the silver Dream Machine. Number 63, the man from Rich Hill. The MBR 500 Honda. Number 75 coming through then, John Lee Pemberton from Kent on the 500 Norton. And that's Andy Mack coming from Bangor on his 500 Honda. Loads of 500 Hondas about. Mark Johnson coming through there then. Another 500 Honda. And here's the BMW. Number 29 across the road. Line, Brian Loughlin. And he's followed by Gary Hutton. So we should be expecting Phil Lunny. I think we'll have Phil Lunny, Sean Leonard and Stephen Beattie to come through then to start their qualifying laps. So here is Phil Lunny. And he's painted his freshly painted helmet. So Linton Irwin has retired, so goes straight on into the paddock. Connor Cummins then has completed his practice lap there. So unfortunately, Trevor Stewart, number 34 and 44, Liam Chalk are retired from this one. So Phil Lunny with his helmet painted in his original colours from back in the day here. He put a photograph up of himself at Tandragee many moons ago. Or as I call him, and he loves this, young Phil Lunny. So again, the track is dry. These machines, they don't have to worry about changing tyres, they don't have to worry about tyre warmers. They use one type of tyre throughout the whole season, and for a lot of them it lasts the whole season as well. Good sticky compound in the wet or dry. Here the Super Twins then just warming up in the background. They'll be going out for their qualifying session. That was red flagged earlier on, and they can complete their 5 laps then. And then that will be followed by the timed qualifying lightweight. So here we go again, Andy Hornby at Bell's Crossroads, number 4. Lovely sounding Triumph there, that's the 750. Triple. So Andy Kildare, he's dropped back a fair bit now from Hornby. So here he is, the number 51 of Kildare. Oh, smooth as you like. That big 750 Honda. And you can see the power it has in the short circuits and also Superbike Championship. They run all the classes at one, the 250, 350, 500, the open, 750 classes. And the 250s and 350s can sort of hold on to the larger machines, but down the back straight, down the long straights at Bishop's Court or Curtisson, you can see the speed difference from these 750s. Once they open the tops, there's just no catching them. There's no slipstreams going to hold on to that 750 Honda of Andy Kildare. Andy Mack away through there. Andy Mack currently a 407.9. That's the number 35. Gavin Duffy then away through. So Gavin Duffy, he currently in 10th place. Brian Loughlin going well on the BMW up into 6th at the minute. Gary Hutton away through there up into 9th with a 4:10.1. Again, they're going to bounce up and down these timing screens here, but it's Andy Hornby who's fastest at the minute, a 3:32.0, compared to Richard Ford who's in second, a 3:45.6, a further 13.5 seconds slower than Andy Hornby at the minute. John Lee Pemberton then, he first of the 500s in third, a 3:49.8. Andy Kildare in fourth with a 3:52.6. Ian Thompson in fifth with a 4:03.7. Brian Loughlin on the BMW sixth at the moment with a 4:04.7. Stephen Walsh seventh with a 4:05.5. Andy McAllister in eighth, a 4:07.9 that time round. Gary Hutton in ninth, a 4:10.1. Mark Johnson in 10th, a 4:12.1, and Gavin Duffy, a 4:13.5. So here's Phil Lunny then. Stephen Beattie looking away around the outside of Phil Lunny. Don't think that's going to work. You can see the big megaphone in the back end of that machine of Stephen Beattie's. So Stephen Beattie then away through 12th at the minute, a 4:35.8. Phil Lunny 13th with 4:39.7. So again, the Super Twins should be in the holding area now. And then that will be followed by the lightweight qualifying. So if you can start getting yourselves ready. Here he comes back round again. It's Andy Hornby. Faster again, is he? He is indeed faster again, Andy Hornby. A 3:29.3 for Hornby. So we'll have to keep an eye on Richard Ford. He seems to be the closest there. John Lee Pemberton not too far away either. So it has got a lot cooler here at the minute. That wee mizzle, a wee bit of cloud cover there, just a wee bit of wind has chilled the track as well. So these Super Twin machines, they will have to be aware that the track temperature has dropped. We've seen it plenty of times before. Here's Andy Kildare. So up into third at the minute as he warms up, a 3:48.9 there for Andy Kildare. The lap times are coming down there then for Andy. That's the number 75 machine then of John Lee Pemberton. Does he better? No, slower that time, a 3:51. Richard Ford then away through. Better again there for Richard Ford, a 3:42.3. Ian Thompson was in there too. Still in 5th place, a 3:57.7. So again, these machines, these riders, just getting the lay of the land. There was that wee bit of a mizzle. They get the feeling of the track again, what it's like underneath the trees. It's certainly dry here at the crossroads. Andy Mack there across the line. So Andy Mack faster again, up into 6th place, a 4:07.53, and he's just getting quicker on that 500, so we can see him starting to climb these timing screens within the next couple of laps. Number 35 away through there. That's Gavin Duffy. Mark Johnson then stays in that 11th place. Gary Hutton up into 9th then, a 4:07.6 for Hutton. So with Andy Hornby's time a 3:29.3, Richard Ford a 3:42, so 12 seconds down. He was 16 seconds before he crossed the line, so again, just getting into the swing of these machines. You have to remember too, these riders are riding multiple machines, so even trying to get used to another one, if they're on a super sport machine or a super twin like Mark Johnson, jumping off that onto a classic bike, it does take a wee while just to get used to the feel of the machine again. So here we go once again, Andy Hornby across the line to Tram. Again, a lovely sounding machine across the line, slightly slower that time, a 3:32.7. Still only just a wee bit wide there, and he brings Stephen Beattie with him, the two of them way out wide, squaring the corner off. So just hearing there that Andy McAllister is a potential retirement. He did have his leg out. He was going to pull over to the side of the track then. That's number 83, Andy McAllister. So Brian Loughlin then on the BMW up into 8th. Here's Andy Kildare then. A long way back off Andy Hornby now. Slower that time of 3:50. Andy Hornby was slower as well, so maybe has the weather turned at the other side of the track. That's number 12, Richard Ford. Didn't bother Richard Ford, he was faster, a 3:38.6 that time. John Lee Pemberton was faster as well, a 3:47 for John Lee Pemberton, and fastest still of the 500 class, and third currently on the road. Here's Ian Thompson then, flipping down the gears. Ian Thompson, I think, mentioned that he's been racing here from, I think his first year was 2014, I think he said. So he knows this track then like the back of his hand. So just confirming there, Andy McAllister, number 83, has stopped around the circuit and has retired, unfortunately. So that's Andy McAllister, Trevor Stewart, Liam Chalk and Sean Leonard, unfortunately retired from this qualifying session. Here's the number 92 machine then. Across the line, Stephen Walsh. Number 35. Oh, Gavin Duffy still ahead on the road from Brian Loughlin, but there's the checker flag now out. So the checkered flag then. Didn't quite catch who that got, but Andy Hornby looks like he's pretty safe there in that 3:29.3. Richard Ford with a 3:38.6, so a brave bit of a difference there. And you would have to put in an absolute phenomenal lap. So there he is, Hornby through faster again there for Andy Hornby, a 3:28.6. So nearly 10 seconds faster than Richard Ford in that one. And we just have to wait for the number 12 machine coming back round. So again, Super Twins then up next in this one. And then it will be followed by the lightweight. Still to hear news from the two races later this afternoon, but we'll keep you updated. We'll keep you updated with that one in the programmes. It is showing that there's two races to be run. But again, that is pending decision. Got Andy Kildare just nipping up the inside there for the last lap, but I don't think it was his fastest lap there for Andy Kildare. Up into third at the minute. Richard Ford just across the line, not able to do anything about Andy Hornby. That was a 3:37. That time was his fastest lap, but just not enough. Oh, John Lee Pemberton cruising across the line, and he was still faster, should I say. Up into third, then leapfrogging Andy Kildare and demoting him to fourth place. So John Lee Pemberton with a 3:43.7. Ian Thompson then a 3:57 was his best lap. So again, he would have to do something pretty good to get Andy Kildare to get ahead of Andy. So just an announcement there, there'll be no more machinery recovery tonight until after the races. So the machines will no longer be recovered. Riders only, so there will be a recovery for the riders. You can jump in the vans and head back round, but there will be no machines that will be recovered. So Super Twins up next then. A few machines still to come through, but it does look like it's going to be pole position for Andy Hornby. Nearly done it again. Here's the number 92 machine there of Stephen Walsh. And Brian Loughlin, is he able to do better this lap? Brian Loughlin stays where he is in that 8th place. A 4:02.4. And that was Gavin Duffy across the line, a 4:07.9. So Andy Hornby then takes pole in that one, a 3:28.6 from Richard Ford in second, a 3:37.5. John Lee Pemberton, a 3:43.7. Andy Kildare in fourth, a 3:46.2. Ian Thompson fifth with a 3:57.7. Andy McAllister then in sixth. He was a retirement around the circuit there, a 4:07.53. Stephen Walsh in seventh, a 401.1. Brian Loughlin in 8th with a 402.4. Gary Hutton in 9th with a 407.2. Gavin Duffy in 10th with a 407.9. Mark Johnson 11th, a 410.4. Phil Lunny in 12th, a 433.5. Stephen Beattie 13th then, a 434.6. Staying with Phil Lunny that whole practice session. So again, the sweeper doing his lap, and as soon as he comes back round, then the Super Twins will be back out for their qualifying session and to give it another go. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, so the sweeper is just past then Cooley Hill, back on the Market Road. So the Super Twins will be coming back out onto the track very shortly then. And just a reminder for any of the competitors who are planning to race at Armoy, The entries do close this Sunday, so please get your entries in ASAP. If you don't have an entry, you can fill out the online form on the AMRRC website. So be sure to get that in. You just don't want to be disappointed. Don't be like me, lastminute.com, because you can end up losing out on such a fantastic road race. So here we go then, Super Twins back out on track. Joe Yeardsley, Darrell Tweed, Michael Sweeney, Barry Ferber, Neil Kernahan there. Lee McGavick. That's Nigel Moore on.
To come and see you to get this announced.
Oh?
I'm trying to get on the table man out of the paddock. There's a cameraman blocking the way. Just there's no play through anymore. Just the cameraman.
Hold on there. So the machines then, Super Twins back out on track. And we'll give it another go. So again, keep a wee eye on Darrell Tweed. And as I was saying there, Nigel Moore riding that McKnight Racing SV Suzuki. Pretty sure I seen Stephen McKnight earlier on. He's limping about with a wee bit of an injury, so we wish Stephen all the best. But again, Ian Locker, Lee McGavick, Andy Hornby, Dave Walsh, Des Butler, Joe Yeardsley, Kevin Canny, Daniel Ingram, Dale Brew, all out. Liam Chalk, Lee Osprey. We have Mark Johnson, Darrell Tweed. Darrell Tweed again on form. So the machines, they should be coming down close to us here pretty soon. Again, Tweed with that new machinery this year as well, that 660 Aprilia. He says he loves it, it's a proper race bike, he says. I'm biased, I love a two-stroke. But apparently the 660 is the new proper race bike. But you can see the engineering that goes into them, what's involved in these machines, from the brakes right back to the swinging arm. Absolute work of art. And of course Ian Locker on the pattern as well, something a wee bit different. Rand Whitehall being his teammate for this one. So here we go then. That's Joe Yeardsley from Donald Tweed, Michael Sweeney, Ian Locker. Oh, Marcus Simpson right out to the grass there. Barry Fruber. And this looks like Liam Chalkman. It is indeed. On the T8 race in Kawasaki. Here's Neil Kernahan then. Just getting in the position. A lovely exit there at Bell's Crossroads for Philip spinning up there. That was Sean Brawley just spinning the back end of that twin. Andy Farrell just passes then. Number 108 once again as Jack Mears away through. There's Ryan Whitehall with the leg out. Don't know whether he was waving or signalling something. Away through then, number 4 falling down passes now. That was Andy Hornby, Dave Walsh, and Roddy Taylor all the way through. There's Nigel Moore on the McKnight Racing SV Suzuki. Again, it's great to see Nigel on modern machinery as well. Here's McGavick, James Doy, Lee Harrell all the way through. So keep an eye then. Joe Yeardsley seems to have a bit of a clear road. Oh, Mark Johnson just getting the nose cutter off of there at Bell's Crossroads. Again, he knows plenty of experience. Podium finisher at the Manx Grand Prix. Here's Lee Osprey then. Oh, a wee bit of a movement there from the back end lap bike. Just running a wee bit late. Very high, it sits very high, that Dyson Mullen machine. So again, we are expecting Joe Yeardsley. Massive field of machines out here today. These 650s, very, very popular indeed. We're looking at the Aprilia compared with Joe Yeardsley, Darrell Tweed and Michael Sweeney. Looked like maybe Gareth Arnold there just out trying that wee machine, making sure everything's okay for tomorrow. And that's Michael Sweeney away through from Darrell Tweed. Joe Yeardsley then, the Aprilia through. Marcus Simpson, Barry Fruber, the DT machine way through. So at the minute, Michael Sweeney is fastest as 308.4. Darrell Tweed in second at 312.4. Barry Fruber in third at 313.1. There's Liam Chalk, so Liam Chalk currently in sixth. Big Neil Kernahan getting tucked in behind, and I thought that looking at the back of his Super Twin earlier, he does have the Ducati exhaust system on the back of it. So an absolute lovely machine there. Neil Kernahan with a Ducati exhaust right at the back of it. Andy Farrell away through. Neil Kernahan currently 6th, Liam Chalk 7th, Andy Farrell 8th, Ian Locker in 9th, and his teammate and new rider here for Tandragee, Ryan Whitehall, slots in behind Ian Locker in 10th. Very close times there. Ian Locker 320.2, Ryan Whitehall 320.8. Popping away through there in the shape of Andy Hornby. So we could see the team boss getting quite upset with Ryan Whitehall possibly. So just the lightweight machines being called to the Houghton A&M, going to cross the line and to say where James Doy James Doy in 12th at the minute, a 3:21.8. James Walsh away through there, up into 18th place, a 3:28. Lee Hara across the line then, up into 19th at the minute, a 3:31.6. The times aren't a million miles away from each other here. There's Lee McGavick, the flying olive, away passes here, along with Mark Johnson then. So Mark Johnson up into 19th place now, splitting James Walsh and Lee Hara, a 3:31.4. Further down the field then, as Lee Osprey has caught up then. Not putting a time on the screen just at the minute. So again, they were just calling there for the lightweight machines to get to the holding area. The rest of the machines make their way through. Number 9, Des Butler there. And here's Sweeney again. This is a good time here for Sweeney. It is a 3:07.9 for Michael Sweeney. That's Marcus Simpson way through Barry Ferber once again. So slightly slower that time from Tweed and Ferber. Darrell Tweed a 3:13.4 compared to his best, a 3:12.4. So a second slower that time around. Here's Neil Kernahan with MG Caddy megaphones. Sounds fantastic, that thing. And Liam Chalk on the Trevor Harbison racing machine just in behind him in 7th. Ian Locker then struggling to get past the number 32 machine of Kevin Canny. So Kevin Canny holding off Ian Locker on the road. But Locker still situated there, 9th fastest at the minute. Andy Farrell goes up into 7th fastest. Here's Ryan Whitehall. What can he do? Ryan Whitehall jumps up into 7th place, a 3:16.3 from Ryan Whitehall, ahead of Andy Farrell, Liam Chalk and the team manager Ian Locker. But Michael Sweeney doesn't look like anyone's going to get near him, a 3:07.9. Darrell Tweed, a 3:12.4. 4.5 seconds slower. Oh, Andy Hornby under a wee bit of pressure there from the number 94 machine. Michael McKinnon slightly lower in the timing screens than he was earlier on, currently in 16th place, but he's chasing the right man. He's right behind Andy Hornby now. Nigel Moore across the lines. Nigel goes up into 16th place then, a 3:23.7. There's James Doy. That's a good lap from James Doy, a 3:19.6. That's good enough, puts him in the top 10. 10th position. Oh, a bit of a scramble here, number 92. So number 92, then that's Noel Carroll. Just nudging Ashley Robinson, just sitting her up a wee bit before the apex. Lee Harris, so Lee Harris still chipping away here. Back up into 19th place, a 1:30.4 faster again. And that's what it's all about, just chip away at these lap times. Mark Johnson then. So Mark Johnson repays the favour, back in the 19th place there for Mark Johnson, a 3:29.6, just ahead of Lee Hara. That's Lee McGavick away through. So now Lee Osprey it is indeed. So Lee Osprey coming through here. And just in behind him then is William Grant. 6:50. So there's Michael Sweeney just across the line. The last lap flag out now. So Michael Sweeney just pulling over, going back into the paddock. He is retired from this one, but he doesn't need to do any more. All those slow riders coming right through. Has to go around the outside. Very close there. That was a tight knit one. And Marcus Simpson getting caught up into that as well, but they're all away cleanly. So Michael Sweeney doesn't have to do anything else. There's Darren Duncan on the Aprilia. Neil Kernahan just adjusting himself. Neil Kernahan, he's about 20 foot tall, and that Ducati seat I'm sure isn't comfortable for him, but it looks very, very good. Michael Sweeney then, a 3:07.8, he's retired into the Paddock. It looked like Liam Chalk was retiring into the Paddock there as well in the Trevor Harbison racing machine. Here's Locker, can he do any better? He's finally got past Keegan Canny. 3:22 that time round. He hasn't bettered his lap time. So Ian Locker, two seconds slower there for Ian Locker, just getting past Keegan Canny again, maybe a lunge, and he's got one more lap. What can he do? Ian Locker currently in 12th place at 3:20.2. That's the number 35 machine of Dan Ingram, still in that 15th. Here's Hornby. That's a good lap from Hornby. Up into 9th place for Hornby. A 3:18.0. Running straight on. I just didn't catch who that was retired into the Paddock here. So on this last lap there is Nigel Moore then. And James Doy. So just listening here. After this, there will be one sweeper. So just here there will be a sweeper after this Super Twin qualifying, and there will be one sweeper after the lightweight, and then the Super Sport race will be leading into the Super Sport race after the lightweight qualifying. There's Lee Hara again. Mark Johnson, the number 46 machine, closely followed by Roddy Taylor. Mark Johnson still holding on to that 19th place at the minute of 3:28.8, still getting quicker and quicker every single lap. Lee Hara slightly slower that last time. That was a 1:31.1 compared to his best of 1:30.4. So Lee Hara, he's been very consistent so far. There's Darrell Tweed there with the checkered flag. So Darrell Tweed, he doesn't better his time this time round, still in that second place of 1:30, a 1:11 or 3:11. Sorry, I'm telling you, it's a long day up in this box. So it's a 3:11.9. Marcus Simpson all across the line there. At the minute, Michael Sweeney isn't being threatened at the minute. We'll see Darrell Tweed then. Barry Ferber across the line in third. We'll just have to wait to see. Neil Kernan has a good clear road ahead of him. We'll have to, here he comes now. So he's tipping into Bell's Crossroads. Hard on, nice and early. As he sets it up, still in that 4th place there. Slightly slower that time round. Des Butler across the line then. Stephen Ferguson. So just an announcement of Stephen Ferguson. If there's a Stephen Ferguson Marshall. Oh, Ian Locker. So Stephen Ferguson, if you can move your motorhome please, that would be fantastic. You're blocking somebody in, so Stephen Ferguson, can you move your motorhome? You're blocking someone in. So please do that ASAP. So Michael Sweeney then on pole for the Super Twins. A few machines still to come round here. That's the number 35 machine. So it looks like they're coming through in this order then. Michael Sweeney on pole, a 3:07.9. Darrell Tweed in second, a 3:11.9. Barry Ferber in third with a 3:12.5. Neil Kernahan in fourth, a 3:12.9. Joe Yeardsley fifth with a 3:13.4. As James Doy just crosses the line there. Marcus Simpson in sixth, a 3:13.5. Ryan Whitehall in 7th with a 3:15.5. Sean Brawley in 8th with a 3:17.0. Andy Farrell 9th with 3:17.8. Andy Hornby in 10th with a 3:18.0. Going way wide there, someone way wide coming on. Just didn't catch who that was, but they got across the line safely. So Liam Chalk then retired earlier. Currently 11th then with a 3:19.5. James Doy was across the line there in 12th, a 3:19.6. Ian Locker could only handle 13th at the minute. Again, he had a lot of traffic to contend with, so he had a lot in the background to work through. 3:20.2. Kevin Kenny in 14th, 3:20.9. Nigel Moore 15th, 3:21.0. Daniel Ingram in 16th at 3:21.5. Michael McKinnon in 17th at 3:22.4. James Walsh 18th at 3:23.6. Mark Johnson in 19th at 3:28.1. And Lee Hara in 20th at 3:28.4. So the lightweight qualifying session coming out next then. And we're going to get the machines out on track ASAP. We want to get these races ran later on. The Super Sport race. And that is race 16 in your programs. But for now, the lightweight machines just warming up and getting themselves ready to go out on track for their qualifying session here at the Tandragee 100. So the machine's out on track then. And there is Darrell Tweed on old Trustworthy, back on the 400. He loves this machine. He loves all the machines that he's riding, but particularly this one. So he's been riding this wee Supersport 400 machine for a long time, and let me tell you, talking from experience, that is a fast 400. Gary Jordan there on the wee 125 Honda. Number 77 going through there. So again, getting their 5 laps. Quick start for this one. We want to get these races up and running pretty quickly. And the machines are being waved out onto the track already. and they're away for their qualifying sessions. So again, few changes to the program. Unfortunately, these are the riders that will not be out this weekend. Number 4, Derek McGee. Again, we'll keep an eye out on track. Well, we know Derek McGee isn't here. He's nursing an injury, broken collarbone that he sustained, but he will hopefully, fingers crossed, be back for Armoy. So Derek McGee, we wish you all the best and heal quickly. Number 71, Laird Singleton. Number 51, Radley Hughes. Number 76, Jack Foley. And number 43, Dale Brew. Although Dale is here, so we'll keep a wee eye out on for that one. So out on track we have Kyle Parks, Dave Walsh, Paddy McColgan out once again, getting plenty of track time. So Paddy is out riding his Supersport 300 machine. I've seen out earlier how much corner speed you can actually carry with them Supersport 300 bikes. And he was having to sit up. He was gaining that much ground on the lightweight machines, the lightweight Supersport. The 400s, Stephen Boyce then, another one out on the Super Mono machine. So Stephen Boyce on that KTM, the 690. Gareth Arnold, he was out a wee bit earlier on that classic bike, just making sure everything is going tickety-boo, as they say. But the number 83 machine should be out then on his 250 Honda. But again, we'll keep an eye. We'll know a wee bit more when they come back round. But at the minute, we'll have Kyle Parks, Dave Walsh, Paddy McColgan, William Grant, Owen Monaghan, Lyndon Irwin. So Linton retired out of that classic. He's maybe going back to get his lightweight machine sorted. We'll have Robert O'Neill, Gary Jordan on the 125 Honda, Sean Anderson. We'll have Michael Hoy, Lee Osprey, Mark Johnson, Malcolm Love, Roy Wurst, Darrell Tweed, Stephen Boyce, Ben Mullen, Gareth Arnold is indeed out. Nigel Moore and Dan Sale. So here we go already. And it is Darrell Tweed then, joining us here at Bell's Crossroads. And he heads back up the hill then towards the start line. So Dave Walsh then is next. The number 7 machine, you can't miss it. And number 31, Sean Anderson, reunited with the Cleaver Brown 250 Honda. Great to see Cleaver Brown machine still out. With Roy Wurst there, the number 58 machine. He's having issues with that machine during qualifying, but it sounds pretty good there from where I'm standing. Oh, that's Owen Monaghan. The wee 125 Honda. It looked like maybe a 94 model, that. Or 92, 93 model perhaps. I can still keep going back. On number 40 way through there, that's Michael Hoy with massive front end shatter. Chris Mayer way through there. That's Dan Sale. Number 61 is Stephen Boyce and Kyle Parks just behind on the Moto 3 machine. There's Gareth Arnold on the Partner Transport 250 Moto 3 machine. Oh, Mark Johnson and Lee Osprey are at it neck and neck here, going through Bell's Crossroads from side by side. heading up over the start line. That's the number 9 coming through then. Gary Jordan. Just a wee bit of slip of the clutch there. Get that 125 driving up the hill. And you have to be very careful with these. You have to be very precise when you do slip the clutch. A lot of people have been caught out. So that's Brian Harding away through there. Range number 777. That's the 250 Honda, the Moto3 machine. So just here and there, Darren Duncan is a retirement, unfortunately. So Darren riding the 300, the KTM. He is retired around the circuit. So at the minute, we're just waiting for Darrell Tweed then. And I'm sure this will be a quick lap. Lap record then for the lightweight Super Sport machines goes to Michael Sweeney on a 400 Yamaha, a 318.2 for Sweeney, and that was back in 2016. So here we go, you hear the scream of that 400 coming into Bell's Crossroads and powering back it. Number 59 of Darrell Tweed. So that was a 323 there for Darrell Tweed. You can still hear him heading up towards it, absolutely flat out, not slowing down. Sean Anderson on the 250 then, a 328.2 for Sean Anderson. Dave Walsh a 334.0. Sean Anderson had a wee bit of ground to make up there and get past Dave Walsh then, so looking forward to seeing what this next lap is of Sean Anderson's. Stephen Tobin away through currently in third, a 331.5. Dave Walsh in fourth, a 334.0. So here's Owen Monaghan then again. So Owen Monaghan away through there. That was a 345.5 for Monaghan. Roy Worst in behind him, a 357. Further 12 seconds. A lap slower then of Owen Monaghan. So 345. Chris Mayer way through on the Moto3 machine. That was a 341. Dan Sale. What has Dan Sale put in? A 339 then for Dan Sale on the Moto3 machine. Kyle Parks on the 125. Malcolm. Here. Lee Osprey, Owen Monaghan dropping down the screen now. Mark Johnson up into 8th place. So it's Darrell Tweed then, fastest with a 323.8. John Anderson second, 328.2. Stephen Tobin, a 331.5. Dave Walsh, first of the Moto machines in fourth, a 334.0. Dan Sale in fifth, a 339.3. Chris Mayer in sixth, a 341.8. Gary Jordan again through, followed by Robert O'Neill in the Moto3 machine. Gary Jordan currently in the top 20 place there, and for Gary Jordan, a 401.6. 179 machine across the line. James Rothery from Cumbria, 400 Yamaha. And from Cumbria to Cup is Brian Harding on the 250 then. Gary Davis in there, number 140, currently 4th in the Supersport 300 class. We have Darrell Tweed leading at the minute, the lightweight Supersport. Stephen Tobin second. So just hearing a retirement there, just trying to hear who it was. It looked like it was maybe Darrell Tweed. So it was indeed. Number 59, Darrell Tweed, has retired. Rider okay. So he's pulled over. And unfortunately, that's the qualifying session over for Darrell Tweed. Sean Anderson slightly slower that time round. May have been due to a yellow flag, but he crosses line there. A 1:29.4. So Anderson, he hasn't got very long left to do anything about Darrell Tweed's time, but now that Darrell Tweed has retired, he's got a wee bit more of a chance. So Sean Anderson really on a charge now. Of course, he is riding the 250 Grand Prix machine, and he's fastest in that class at the minute. So Lee Osprey fastest in the Supersport 300 class. Mark Johnson in second in the Supersport 300. Monaghan away through there. Back up into 6th place then for Monaghan. That's a 3:41.2 that time. That's a very impressive time for the age of that motorcycle. It just shows that the real race bikes still carry their speed. These Moto 3 machines then. So Chris Mayer way through there, 3:38. There, Dan Sale, 3:34 on the Moto 3 machines. Kyle Parks away through. Where does Kyle slot into? He's up in the 7th now. Kyle Parks at 3:40.1. Here's the Supersport 300 machines. Lee Osprey is just ahead of Mark Johnson then. There's Paddy McColgan, and followed by the Moto 3 machine of Gareth Arnold. Gareth Arnold currently 4th in the Moto 3 class. 11th fastest on the road, 3:44.4. That's the number 49 machine. Away through. Malcolm Love. Still Darrell Tweed with the fastest lap. Again, we'll just have to wait a couple more minutes just for Sean Anderson coming around in this on the 250 to see if he can better that 3:23.8 of Darrell Tweed. There's the number 17 Supersport 300 machine. Linton Irwin still pushing on. Robert O'Neill up in the 15th place now, and he's just ahead of Gary Jordan then. Gary Jordan in 18th, but 6th in the Moto 3 class. So lightweight Supersport led by Darrell Tweed. 2nd is Stephen Tobin. 3rd is I think Owen Monaghan in lightweight Supersport, but I'm sure that's a 125, so that'll be a Moto 3 class he'll be in. And then we have Michael Hoy, then he's currently sitting at 14th. Again, that's Brian Harding away through there, the Crumlin man. And here he is, Sean Anderson. The last lap flag is out now. Sean Anderson betters his time, a 3:26.2, but he's still 2.5 seconds off the pace of Darrell Tweed, so he's going to have to do something really special here. Oh, Dave Walsh way wide there. Shakes the head, he knows what he done. He made a mistake. He's disappointed in himself, but he has to get over it. Last lap now, he's got one more chance. So Dave Walsh then currently in 4th. He's 4th fastest on the road. Very impressive there for Dave Walsh on the Kramer. 3:33.1 for Dave at the minute. Just ahead of Dan Sale and Chris Mayer. So Stephen Tobin just ahead of him in 3rd place at 3:29.0 at the minute. So here is the number 16 machine of Owen Monaghan. That's a lovely 125 Honda. Over here is Dan Sale and Chris Mayer then on the 2 Moto 3 machines. Chris Mayer with a wee wave there. I think Dan Sale perhaps missed a gear, but either that or Chris Mayer has found another gear. A boost button on that 250 Honda, and he rockets past Sale. Kyle Parks then over and under the white line, and across the line then. Here's Barry Davison, Super Sport 300, still in that 4th place. So Lee Osprey, William Grant are at it across the line then. So Lee Osprey, Mark Johnson, who's leading the Super Sport 300 from Lee Osprey now. William Grant in 3rd, Barry Davison 4th. Paddy McColgan just across the line there now in 5th, a 3:52.7 for Paddy McColgan. There's William Grant away through there. Let's see Malcolm Love then, the number 49 machine on the 125. So Malcolm Love, he comes on to the time screens lane. 20th place for Malcolm Love, number 49. A 3:56.4. So the Super Sport machine out on track at the moment. We're out in the hold area at the minute is the Super Sport machines. So there will be a quick recovery then to get the riders back after this one. So there we go then. The checker flag is out. Sean Anderson. Oh, he's done a plug chop there at the end of that session. That was a 3:31.7 across the line. So a plug chop for 2 strokes is absolutely vital for setting up. So what it is, you hold the bike flat out, and that's exactly what he's done down the Market Hill Road here. So you hold the 250 flat out, and in 6th gear, squeeze the clutch and hit the kill switch at the same time, and that gives you a good reading of how the bike is running. So you can set the carburetors, set the needles, set the jetting, and that's why we love 2 strokes so much. They just take over your whole life, and you have to constantly work at them. But they are fantastic, and that's exactly what he's going to do later on. Then he's going to have a wee look at the plugs, look at the top of the pistons, look at the expansion chambers, look at the end of the exhaust tips to make sure they're just a nice colour, and all this rolls into one. But of course then he's going to have to do that all again tomorrow, because the weather changes all the time here, especially in Northern Ireland. That's Owen Monaghan giving that wee 125 stack across the line there. He's 3rd in the Moto 3 at the minute, but the 2 of them, Dan Sale and Chris Mayer, just across the line. So who gets? That's Dan Sale just got the better of Chris Mayer, so he's fastest in the Moto 3 class from Chris Mayer in 2nd. Owen Monaghan at the minute in 3rd. We'll have to wait for Kyle Parks and Gareth Arnold to come across the line. Here's Kyle Parks now. Wee bit of movement there in the back end, that 125 going a wee bit light, slip of the clutch, and that's good enough for 3rd place. So Owen Kavanagh demoted back down to 4th. Right, Gareth Arnold on the Parker Transport 250 Honda. Oh, he's had a wee bit of traffic, so I think he's not going to better that time. Oh, and I think he held up Lee Osprey across the line as well. So Lee Osprey, I'm sure, will not be happy about that. He'll not be happy inside, but he's always smiling. He's a very happy person, Lee Osprey. So lightweight then, lightweight Super Sport. Again, Darryl Tweed's going to try and get back for this Super Sport race. Paddy McColgan across the line there. So Paddy McColgan, where does he slot in? 5th in the Supersport 300 class. Barry Davison just ahead of him in 4th. And Malcolm Love then across the line. So lightweight Supersport then, Darrell Tweed fastest with a 3:23.8. Second place was Stephen Tobin at 3:28.5. Third place, we'll have to go down to Michael Hoy, 14th in the road at 3:52. That all changes then. And we'll see Michael Hoy at 3:52.0. And then 4th place was Roy Worst in the lightweight Supersport, 3:55.5. We'll just wait for Worst to cross the line then. And then Sean Anderson, second fast on the road. And he's the only 250 Honda out there. Stephen Tobin. We have Dave Walsh on the Super Mono. Fastest in the Moto 3 then, Dan Sale from Chris Mayer. Kyle Parks in 3rd. 4th is Owen Monaghan. 5th was Gareth Arnold. 6th is Gary Jordan. 7th is Robert O'Neill. Supersport 300s then. 1st was Mark Johnson. Lee Osprey second fastest then. Will Grant in 3rd. Barry Davison was 4th fastest. We should have Paddy McColgan then in 5th. I think that's Nigel Moore. It is indeed Nigel Moore just pushing his machine back into the paddock then and getting a wee hand out from one of the marshals. So again, Supersport machines just in the paddock, in the holding area, ready and waiting, eager to get out on the track for the first race here at the Tandragee 100. So the Supersport B race in the holding area then. Again, so you can see tyre pressures being done there. I think that's maybe Kevin Keyes' machine. So again, tyre pressures are usually set pretty low because of course hot air rises. You wrap these tires up in blankets that can go up 10, 12 psi. So you usually set them pretty low, cold. And of course, they go up even more when they get onto the track. But the Supersport B then heading out onto the circuit very shortly. We're just waiting for the gate to open. It's Darrell Tweed gets his steps up. Not that he needs them. Better saying nothing sometimes, aren't you? But the Supersport machines then, we're just waiting for the sweeper. And we'll get them out, back up into their grid position then. So Super Sport machines out on track. This is the first race in 3 years held here at the Tandragee 100. So they're lining up. So they're lining up on their dummy grid. And they're getting ready for their warm-up lap. The green flag is waved at the back. And the machines are now out on track then. So the comeback round then it will be Mike Brown, who lines up on pole at 3:01.2 for Mike Brown. Michael Sweeney in second at 3:04.0. And Darrell Tweed then will line up in third at 3:04.5. John Anderson in fourth at 3:05.6. Connor Cummins in fifth with a 3:06.6. Stephen Tobin in sixth with a 3:12.9. Andy Farrell then with a 3:13.0. Ryan Whitehall in eighth, 3:14.1. Paul Cranston in ninth with a 3:15.7. Michael Gahan rounds up the top 10 with a 3:17.0. Then we'll have Richard McLaughlin, Kevin Keys, Liam Chalk, Andy McAllister, Kieran Brocky, Paddy McColgan, Michael Dunlop in 17th. What can he do from back there? Daniel Ingram in 18th. Graham McAleese 19th. And 20th is Owen Monaghan. Be interested to see what Michael Dunlop then can do. 17th place he's lining up. That was a 3:20. Anthony McColgan a 3:21. Daniel Ingram behind with 3:22. Dunlop didn't post a qualifying lap. So let's see what he can do. And remember, this is all on corrected time. Mike Brown on the Russell Racing Yamaha is on form. Michael Sweeney then, he wants that win. He needs this win this weekend. Darrell Tweed still out to prove himself. New machinery. So this Honda, will he be able to get it off the line? Ryan Whitehall as well, in with a good chance on the ILR 8-locker Racing CBR 600 Honda. So the machine's coming up, making their way up to the grid positions. There is Michael Dunlop on the Milwaukee Ducati. He takes his great position there in 17th place. So we'll keep a close eye then. The green flag is waved at the back. They're told to watch the flag. Away they go. So the first group is away. Michael Dunlop still waiting there. So the second group then, they're off and making their way round the Tandragee 100 circuit for the first time in 3 years. So we'll see where Michael Dunlop ends up after this first lap. And he's got a lot of traffic to contend with. He's got a lot of machines to work his way through. So again, this will be the only race tonight. Super Sport race. And we'll run the senior support tomorrow then. That will be the first race in the program. That's race B. The senior support class. Just here and there. Rider number 29 has retired at Marlequeux. So number 29 retired at Marlequeux. That is Richard McLaughlin. So unfortunately, that's his race over and it's just begun. So we're waiting patiently here for them. Michael Dunlop has given himself an awful lot of work to do, but Michael Sweeney in with a really good chance for a win in this one. If he can just somehow stay with Mike Brown. It's that Russell Racing Yamaha. It's a well set up machine, and it is. Mike Brown is absolutely on rails. Mike's qualifying time. We'll keep a wee eye on the times here. 3:01.2 for Mike Brown. Sweeney at 3:04.0. So will Sweeney be able to stay with Mike Brown in this first lap? I think he's in with a chance. Here he is then. It's Mike Brown in the lead from Michael Sweeney to get the power on. Nice and early. And Connor Cummins with the foot down. Darrell Tweed is right with him then in the slipstream of Connor Cummins. And there's Ryan Whitehall. Whitehall up in the 7th place. Michael Gahan. Kevin Keys up the inside of Paul Cranston, then Liam Chalk gets to sit back. Here's Michael Dunlop. Michael Dunlop up the inside of Andy Mack on the Ducati, pouring out of Bell's Crossroads and back up the hill again. So it is Mike Brown from Michael Sweeney. Michael Dunlop up into 3rd place on corrected time already. So he's only 2.5 seconds off Mike Brown. Graham McLaughlin away through there. Noel Carroll in, the number 92 machine through Bell's Crossroads. As they're pouring back up the hill. So what about that, folks? Michael Dunlop up into 3rd place already on the Milwaukee Ducati. He's only 2.5 seconds off Mike Brown on corrected time then. Michael Sweeney, he's 0.3 seconds back on Mike Brown. And 2.2 seconds then, Michael Dunlop off Sweeney. So he looks like he's got past Andy Mack, still a wee bit ahead of him to work his way through. But if he catches that group and he stays out of trouble, he's in with a good chance here. If Michael Sweeney holds on to Mike Brown, he can pressurise him. He will put him under pressure, and that's exactly what he's going to try and do these next few laps. If they hold that pace and battle dice with each other, Michael Dunlop can walk away here with a win. Kevin Keys in 11th place there at the minute, just behind Michael Gahan. In 10th, Paul Cranston. In 12th, Liam Chalk, 13th. 14th was Graham McAleese. 15th is Owen Monaghan. 16th, Andy McAllister. Noel Carroll in 17th. Kieran Broggy in 18th. Paddy McColgan in 19th. And Dara Tripp in 20th. So here they come then. They're making their way back down the Market Hill Road. And they're going to be braking right down the 2nd gear. Hard on the brakes for Bell's Crossroads. Who is it going to be this time round? The 2 Yamahas are going to come into view very soon here. In between the trees. Mike Brown dominating qualifying at the minute on the last lap. Who is it then? It is Mike Brown still in the lead in the Russell Racing Yamaha. Michael Sweeney still right with him now. You can see the lights flickering there just in behind. Here's Connor Cummins still in that 3rd place on the road. Darrell Tweed going well, sitting right in behind that Ducati. Sean Anderson in the Suzuki, holding on to the front runners then. Whitehall through across the line then. Stephen Tobin. And there's Michael Dunlop. Where does he go? Michael Dunlop still in that 3rd position and corrected time. But he's ahead of that group then. He just has to chase down. So the next stop then is Ryan Whitehall, Andy Farrell, Sean Anderson, I would say. And he's on an absolute mission. Lap time there, Michael Dunlop, a 3:03.2, but the fastest lap goes to Mike Brown with a 3:02.7. Michael Sweeney in 2nd, a 3:02.7. Michael Dunlop in 3rd, a 3:03.2. So he's still maintaining that gap, 2.5 seconds back off the leaders. Connor Cummins in 4th with a 3:06.4. Darrell Tweed in 5th, a 3:06.2. Sean Anderson in 6th with a 3:06.6. Andy Farrell in 7th, a 3:10.9 across the line. Ryan Whitehall still holding on to that 8th place on the ILR Honda. That's a 3:12.1. Stephen Tobin then in 9th, just behind Whitehall, a 3:13.2. Kevin Keys in 10th then, a 3:19.0. Michael Gahan in 11th. Paul Cranston still in that 12th place. 13th, Liam Chalk. Daniel Ingram up into 14th now, ahead of Graham McAleese. Owen Monaghan 16th. Noel Carroll up into 17th ahead of Andy McAllister, Kieranberg and Paddy McColgan. So still a lot to play for here. Michael Dunlop, there's still an awful lot of work to do. So 3 seconds is what he has to find over Mike Brown. Still with a lot of traffic to contend with. Will he be within that leading group? Will he be in behind Sean Anderson this next lap round? He is pushing that Ducati to the absolute limit. Thank you. So the last lap flag is being waved in this race. Will he have enough time? So they should be coming towards us here very soon. So here we go then. It's still Mike Brown in the lead from Michael Sweeney. So Sweeney with the fastest lap now at 3:01.1. So we're on to the last lap now. Connor Cummins still holding off Darrell Tweed here. He is third on the road, Darrell Tweed fourth, but we're waiting on Michael Dunlop. Here's Sean Anderson on the Suzuki, number 31 machine across the line. And here's Michael Dunlop, Andy Farrell just ahead of him. He's going to get a freight here very, very shortly. Will he get him before this fast right-hander will be absolutely flat out in one of these machines? Michael Dunlop still in third place and he's dropping back off the pace. He's now over 4 seconds back on Mike Brown. And Michael Sweeney with that fastest lap. The two of them are trucking. A 3:01.1 there for Michael Sweeney in second place. Kevin Keys then across the line. He's currently in 10th place. Paul Cranston just in behind and up into 11th place now. Paul Cranston getting the better of the young buck Michael Gahan, the number 222 machine. Liam Chalk then in 13th. Here comes Andy McAllister, just nipping the grass there on the right-hand side. Paddy McColgan on the Ducati then. Number 8 machine using a bit of the torque to have a wee bit of fun still in this race on this last lap. A great run there. McAleese then, number 91 machine, and goes across the line just ahead of Carroll. But what a run there. Mike Brown still in the lead of this one. A 3:01.1 for Mike Brown. Michael Dunlop there just chasing down still Michael Sweeney, but Sweeney pumping in the lap times. These are the lap times that he knows. A 3:01.1 for Michael Sweeney. Michael Dunlop in third, a 3:02.3. Connor Cummins in fourth with a 3:06.0. Darrell Tweed in fifth, a 3:06.1. is absolutely on the back end. He's hanging on to the tailpipes of that Ducati. He's got the bungee cord and he's not letting Connor Cummins go from this one. Sean Anderson dropping back ever so slightly from that group in 6th place, a 3:06.6. Andy Farrell then just in behind. Very impressive there from Andy Farrell in 7th, a 3:10.9. But I'm sure he had to do a bit of a squeeze when Michael Dunlop was coming past him on the Ducati. Starting to get slightly darker here now again at Tandragee. So again, Sweeney, he's ready to pounce. Here he comes then. It's Mike Brown that's in the lead then. Mike Brown, round Bell's Crossroads, takes the win of the Super Sport race. Sweeney very happy with that in second place. Mike Brown with the fastest lap, a 2:59.9 for Mike Brown. Michael Sweeney, we're waiting then for, there's Connor Cummins and Darrell Tweed. Oh, Darrell Tweed, the back end of that Honda just squirming about and protesting a wee bit. Where is Michael Dunlop? He's right behind Sean Anderson now. Is it going to be enough on this last lap? Across the line, Michael Dunlop with the fastest lap, but it's not good enough. He still holds on to third place, but the last step of the podium, how impressive is that from Michael Dunlop, from 17th place on the grid to take third place and the fastest lap, a 2:59.0 from Michael Dunlop over Connor Cummins in fourth. Darrell Tweed in fifth with 3:04.7. Sean Anderson then in 6th with a 3:04.9. Andy Farrell 7th, a 3:10.9. Rand Whitehall then across the line in 8th. We're just waiting. Stephen Tobin then across. We're waiting Kevin Keys. What a result there for Kevin Keys in 10th place.
When you get a chance, could you ask Barry Davidson to come and see me, please?
Oh well, do you want his autograph? Fantastic there, Michael Gahan then. Paul Cranston getting the better of Michael Gahan across the line. Liam Chalk in 13th. And a great run there. Andy Mack then up into 14th, and he held that on crack time. Daniel Ingram then. Daniel Ingram up into 13th then as he crosses the line. Uncorrected time. The number 33 coming through there of Keir Brocky. And number 91, Mac Elise. What a first race there here at Tandragee. What a way to come back. Mike Brown with the win. Michael Sweeney in 2nd. And Michael Dunlap on the fastest lap in 3rd place, coming from 17th position. Still maintaining that 3.2 second gap. But Connor Cummins in, fending off Darrell Tweed for 4th. Sean Anderson 6th. Fantastic racing here. So just looking, it is starting to get dark now. We're going to hold the senior support race first thing tomorrow. That is session 17 in your program. So that's going to be moved to the first one tomorrow. What a fantastic day qualifying, fantastic racing. And by far, the Super Sport machines have done it again. Even through qualifying, through this race, it's ever so exciting. A few machines still coming around. Carl through there. So there will be a recovery van, so the recovery vehicles will be going around picking up the machines, picking up the riders, and if you're not there to pick up your machine, it will be dropped off at the gate at the paddock, so please make sure you are there, just so in case you get knocked over or something, we don't want that. And of course some of the riders getting brought back as well. So again, ladies and gentlemen, fantastic racing today, fantastic qualifying, practice sessions, free practice. The club did absolutely amazing. The marshals did amazing. The timekeepers, scrutineers, absolutely everybody involved. All the spectators, great to see us. And there will be many more, no doubt, tomorrow. So 10 a.m, bikes on track. And we'll be looking forward to much more of this. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, safe home, have a good night, bed early, and up nice and early tomorrow for some red hot racing at the Tandragee 100.
Good month. Yes.